Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
Stabilize!
Everyone hold hands! Fire hazard!
Solidify!
Hey! The fuse is lit!
Gather! Behold! Know the place! I will have order!
Rogue!
Swarm Fury!
Fire hazard!
Mm-hmm.
Stabilize! Gather!
Fuse is lit! Everyone hold hands!
Behold! Search for it! You dare to gaze upon me?
Too slow.
That's more like it. As expected, my dazzling side comes through in any situation.
Stabilize!
Haste! Fire hazard!
Solidify! Order guide you!
Commit it to memory!
The wind rises. Search for it.
Gather!
I see everything! Share my knowledge! Objective reprieve!
Stabilize!
Wretched vermin.
Gather!
Grow!
Behold.
Solidify!
Everyone hold hands! Time for a light show!
Silvícola caliginoso, tío. Buenas. Sumir.
Gather! I will have order!
Here come the fireworks! I see everything!
You're dead. You're dead. How amusing.
Stabilize!
Commit it to memory! Fuse is lit!
Solidify!
Everyone hold hands!
The wind rises. Cry louder.
Order guide you! Gather!
Grow!
Behold.
Stabilize.
The Temple of Wisdom. Fire hazard.
Solidify.
I see everything.
Gather.
Hey,
Squall and Fury.
Hola, S. ¿Qué tal, S? Buenas tardes. Hola. Sumillo. ¿Qué tal, S? Buenas tardes. ¿Todo bien? Bien, aquí farmando un poquito. Talentitos humildes. ¿Por qué me alimenta yo y Milla? Que me he perdido. Ah. Vale, no te preocupes. Lo primero es lo primero, ese. Tú tranquilo. Si te puedes pasar, te pasas. Y si tienes otras obligaciones, para adelante con ellas. Eso es lo primero. No te preocupes.
Stabilize.
I see everything. Fuse is lit. Hey,
The wind rises. Know your place.
everyone hold hands.
Solidify. I will have order.
Behold.
No te preocupes.
Time for a light show. Offensive retreat.
Gather.
Committed to memory.
Squall and Fury.
Solidify.
I see everything. Hey,
Gather.
everyone hold hands.
¿Hay una nueva actualización en el Genshin o es que estoy un poco perdido? Sí, hay una nueva actualización. La 4.2. La 4.2, colega. Vino la semana pasada. Con el cierre de misiones de Arconte de Fontaine. el cierre de la trama chetífera.
Solidify.
I see everything. The fuse is lit.
Gather.
Hey,
You dare to gaze upon me?
Solidify. This is order.
Hasta la verdad que me conecto a jugar un rato y esperar.
Behold.
Muy bien.
Search forth.
Careless.
Déjame en paz, tío, que no es mi santo, joder. Tirarme piedra.
this may hurt a little. Yeah. Time for a light show.
Solidify.
Commit to memory. Fire hazard. Here comes the fireworks. I see everything.
The wind rises.
Fuse is lit.
Stabilize.
Grow, grow, grow.
Y sacar protos para la Yat. Muy bien. No quieres a Furina, tú. Seas el único mortal de Genshin que no la quiere, que está muy bien, Cada cual que le tira lo que quiere, y que sí. Simplemente me sorprende que el Arconte hidro. Pero es su mina, Furina es su mina. No me da más de eso ni a jurar, Qué asco. ¿No te gusta? Pues ya está. Pues si no te gusta, está hecho. Ya está. O sea, no hay más. No te gusta el diseño, o si te gusta el diseño pero no te gusta la jugabilidad, o al revés, no te gusta el diseño y te gusta la jugabilidad, pero si no te gusta, pues está hecho. ¿Para qué tirar por un personaje que no te gusta? Sea Arconte o sea bicicleta. Que nadie te fuerce a nada que no quieras hacer. Eso es lo que hice yo con Jutao. Jutao no me gustaba, no me gusta,
Time for a light show.
pero un poco por presión social, que fue cosa mía, evidentemente nadie me obligó.
Cool the ship down.
Pero todo el mundo, es que Jutao es Jesucristo, no sé qué.
Yeah, yeah.
Déjame en paz, que no es mi santo, joder.
Solidify.
Pesados por la mierda de tirachina, cojones.
Squall and Fury. Bow your head.
Aquí a Furina, sí. Furina he sacado. Pero yo por arcontismo, porque yo colecciono personajes, sobre todo pues quiero tener todos los arcontes. La usaré, pero no la usaré de manera óptima, obviamente. Porque es un personaje que no es sencillo de usar de una manera óptima.
Stabilize.
Everyone hold here. Fire hazard.
No es mega difícil, pero para usarla de manera óptima hay que saber usarla.
Here comes the fireworks.
Sí, la verdad es que sí.
Solidify.
Time for a light show.
Además le saqué el arma también. Mira que yo nunca tiro el banner de arma. Porque no tiro, es la verdad. Tiré por unas circunstancias que se dieron.
Stabilize.
Hasta los momentos, si quieres.
you, vermin!
De buen rollito y sin acritud.
Gather!
Everyone hold it! Fire hazard!
Pesado de los. Voy a estar acá un rato porque estoy estudiando para unos exámenes. Pero si en el stream. Muy bien, no te preocupes. Dale duro ahí a esos exámenes chetíferos, que es lo importante. Que el Genshin no se va, el Genshin espera. Ay, me he equivocado. Bueno, ahora me voy. O sea, tampoco pasa nada. Epchetepe, 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 epchetepe. Epchetepe, per silvi coloca laginoso.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Espera, necesito las razones. Dos de las verdes y 5 sumiles. Martes, viernes y domingo. Cuando el personaje en uso del equipo recibe curación, si la curación no procede de Furina y además tenía la vida al máximo. Entonces, joder con la maestría, macho. Viva la maestría, ¿no? Al final llegar a una purina a vaporizado. Madre del amor hermoso. Defensa. Bueno, bien. Joder con la maestría, la Virgen. Toma ya. Defensa buena. Qué rica la defensa, joder. Joder, con la maestría, la virgen. Puta defensa, tío. La puta defensa, tío. Porcentual y plana. De verdad que... Luego dicen que porque no farmeo. Vale, si por las mierdas que tengo ya me las jode. Ya me da igual, a cagar. Ahora, viva. Ya, no, bueno, siempre. Por eso no farmeo. Le pongo lo que tengo porque para que me suban mal me puedo tirar horas farmeando algo medianamente decente y que luego se estropee, con lo cual no farmeo por eso. Me da mucha rabia, pero bueno, no me preocupa lo más mínimo. Está pocha, pero me da igual. Yo casi nunca tengo suerte, por eso no farmeo artefactos. Pongo lo que tengo y ya está. Y si le gusta, bien. Y si no, 2 piedras. Y si no, 2 piedras. A pastar.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
Time itself is a silent song.
I knew you'd miss me.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Exactly. But none of them
Where do you want to go next?
Ah.
Ay, señor.
Solidify.
Hombre. Aquí mola mucho la pochimilla. Hombre, la pochimilla está triste. Vale, más ancravaleta. Bueno, no le hacen mal daño los bichillos, le hacen un poquito más de daño. Son más sumiles. Hola, pin. Pero Pochirina, ¿quién es? ¿A quién te refieres con Pochirina? ¿A Yoimilla o a Furina? Defensa 826, chaval, ¿qué te parece? Es chetil, ¿Por qué te crees que no farme artefactos? Para que me dé defensa ya, pues ya que me dé defensa las mierdas que tengo. ¿No entiendes? Aquí me da un 20% de defensa, que es guay. Aquí no me ha dado. Aquí más defensa, 19% también de defensa, es súper chetil, hombre. Defensa también, el 12,4%. La defensa es el futuro de la humanidad. No me jodas, hombre. Estoy por ponerle la espada de Albedo. Tampoco te creas, que es tan tanque. Lo que no tengo aquí es un healer en condiciones. Y Furina sin healer, sumil. Furina sin healer es sumil. Cura poquito, Mi Furina es pochilla. Pues se va a quedar así. Porque me da una pereza cambiar el artefacto. No le voy a farmear más. Se va a quedar así de pocha, más lo que suba con la ascensión. La subiré al 80 cuando pueda y así se va a quedar. Salvo que algún día farmee algún set por alguien y tal, será la única manera, ¿sabes? Será la única manera de que la mejore. Que algún día farmeando por alguien y tal, me salgan artefactos buenos para ella y se los suba. Pero con la pereza que me da seleccionarlos y ponérselos y subirlos, que me he gastado, ya me has visto ahí, que me he gastado un quintal de artefactos. Ya, a mí no me toca vida en ningún lado. Cuando necesito vida me da defensa y cuando necesito otra cosa, pues me da vida. O defensa.
Strike a pose.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Dos más 2 de vida y que le den. Yo le he puesto uno de probabilidad, pero sí, claro, es todo vida. Y aún así tiene 30k solo, o sea, es muy sumido. Pero que me da igual, o sea, es que no me puede preocupar menos. No me voy a rayar. Y más en esta cuenta, en Sabas la intentaré tener un poquito apañada, ¿sabes? Por lo menos.
How brilliant!
En Sabas te intentaré tenerla un poquito apañada.
Solidify.
Shower me with praise! Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
La intentaré tener un poquito apañada en Sabbath, pero en esta cuenta no me voy a matar. Vida sí se puede, pero no tenemos, claro, las de vida son de banner todas. No hay ninguna de vida free to play. De gachapón o de evento o de cosas, no hay ninguna con vida. Todas son de banner. Promocional de armas, quiero decir. A lo mejor me compro el arma de 4 estrellas, peñasco oscuro. Pero esa te da probabilidad, ¿no? No te da vida. Es sumir. Qué chetil, es como venir del suelo.
How brilliant!
Aquí viene la auténtica Arconte Hidro. Un respeto. Ciudadanos, humildes. Alabad a vuestra diosa, cetífera y poderosa. Alabad a vuestra diosa. Me da daño crítico y aunque la pasiva es una mierda, no merece la pena. A ver, siempre han dicho que las armas del peñasco oscuro van bien, sobre todo para gente que está empezando. Para gente que tiene ya los equipos desarrollados no merecen la pena. Pero bueno, haz lo que te dé la gana. Son tus armas y son tus
The show
meses,
begins!
tus recursos y tus chapitas. Yo prefiero 5 tiradas que un arma. Armas hay muchas en el banner. Le puedes poner Favonius. Y le puedes poner Favonius. Por aquí también camino. ¡No! ¡No! ¿Dónde me ha traído? ¿Dónde estoy? Ah, estoy en Lumidulce, ¿no? ¿Dónde estoy? Ah, no, en Rocío Marino. Pero nunca había estado aquí abajo. Yo creo. Ah, sí, aquí es donde conoces a los sumiles estos. Aquí es donde coges las flores para hacer las sumeces al Inei. No hay ganas de pescar sumil. Bueno, pues no pesques. Ponle la Favonius, o ponle la Deseo Ponzoñoso, o ponle cualquier cosa. Así es que realmente de vida solo está esta de Jade, primordial, la de Nilou y la suya. Y ya está. La suya le da vida, creo, ¿no? No lo sé, la verdad es que no me he fijado. Realmente no sé ni lo que hace su arma. Ya te digo que tire un poco por los loles. No sé qué hace el arma de Furina. ¿Qué te parece? A ver. Alba y Ocaso en la el daño de la habilidad elemental del portador de este arma aumenta un 8% cuando su vida aumenta o disminuye. Este efecto dura 6 segundos y puede acumularse hasta 3 veces. O sea, hasta un 24. Y activarse una vez cada 0,2 segundos. Cuando la vida de otro personaje del equipo aumenta o disminuye, la vida máxima del portador de este arma aumenta un 14%. Este efecto dura 6 segundos, se puede acumular hasta 2 veces y activarse una vez cada 0,2 segundos. Los dos anteriores efectos pueden activarse incluso cuando el portador del arma está en tu equipo, pero no en uso. O sea que le bufa la vida, bufa el daño y le bufa la vida a Furina. Favonius es buena, yo es la que le llevaba. En No Drama le llevo Favonius. O le puedes llegar a poner hasta la del sacrificio, que la de recarga, también, ¿sabes? Y te deja repetir la elemental antes. Aunque tiene un cooldown largo, vamos. Pero bueno, eso como tú veas. No es la mejor opción, a lo mejor. Pero por lo menos le da mucha recarga, ¿sabes? Yo es que en esta cuenta no tengo nada de armas. Tengo lo que tengo. Tengo el deseo ponzoñoso, pero fíjate cuándo es. Le puedes poner... La yaca no es buena, bueno, por el daño crítico. Otorga un 12% de bono de daño a todos los tipos de daño elemental. Bueno, pues también te va bien. Luego lo otro a lo mejor no. La Favonia pues no es la mejor opción. El deseo ponzoñoso le va bien. Esta que le da recarga de energía le da mucha recarga, que le va bien también. Puede repetir la elemental, bueno, no es lo mejor. La flauta no, porque le da ataque. El paraguas le da maestría. La de albedo, hombre, a la mía la de albedo le va de puta madre con la defensa que tiene. La de albedo, ¿esta cuál es? La del viajero tampoco, porque le da ataque. Esta tampoco, daño físico. Esta tampoco, porque es para electro y Favonius sí. La de Kazuha tampoco y ya está. Y ya está, y no hay más. Es que no hay más. Es que ni siquiera hay una de 3 estrellas que dé vida, ¿sabes? Aunque fuera Sumil, yo que sé, como alguna de estas, la surcacielos o alguna de estas, o la hoja de filetear que diera vida. Esta da maestría, la espada negra. Esta da defensa. Esta da ataque. Nada, es que no hay ninguna. Esta da daño crítico. No hay ninguna, es Sumez. En el herrero no he mirado, no sé qué tal. El tubo también dicen que le va muy bien. La tubería también dicen que le va muy bien. Porque le da recarga y le da probabilidad crítica a la elemental, con lo cual le viene bien. De hecho, la prueba de evento te dejan a Furina con la tubería, o sea que no debe ser mal arma, ¿sabes? O sea que pescar tampoco es tan duro. Voy a pescar yo. Que aquí, bueno, aquí la tengo con deseo ponzoñoso, que es la que mejor recomiendan después de la suya, o sea que me da igual. Pero en no drama sí que pescaré y me pescaré la tubería. Me da igual, ¿sabes? A mi ritmo, tampoco me voy a matar. De momento va con Favonius, pero en ratos muertos cojo y le pesco, tío. ¿Qué más da? Si tampoco es tan duro con la caña y con el accesorio, pescas en un momento. Bueno, y hacer dominios también es un coñazo. Sí, ya sé que hay mejores. Pero ¿qué armas hay de 4 estrellas, Samuel? Buenas tardes, por cierto. ¿Qué armas hay de banner normal, de gachapon normal, de 4 estrellas? La Favonius. La Favonius y el deseo ponzoñoso. Bueno, sencillo para ti. Yo prefiero pescar que hacer un dominio cabrón. Vamos, lo tengo clarísimo. Si pescando me dieran los artefactos, te digo que pescaría mucho más. Si pudiera obtener pescando artefactos... ¿Cuál de vida? Sí, claro, pero esa es de banner y tampoco da mucha vida. Estamos hablando de armas free to play, Samuel. Es decir, armas que puedes conseguir o en eventos, o pescando, o en el banner normal. Ya sea en el perma, ya sea en el promocional de personaje. La espada del alba no la recomiendan por el tema de la vida, porque pierde mucho de las stats, claro. Porque piensa que precisamente estás perdiendo vida. Es muy difícil mantener a Furina con el 90% de vida. Con los bichitos, claro. Esa ya dijo Chris que no la recomendaba HTP, la espada del alba. No la recomienda a nadie, claro, porque te pide unos requisitos muy chetiles de vida que no tienes con Furina, claro. Esto es lo mejor que tiene el personaje. Yo he tirado por ella por esto, exclusivamente. Esto es una quedada. Pues es que armarla pensando en el arreglo de la probabilidad con espada del alba, claro que no funciona. No, pero claro, o sea, el tema, Samuel, es que la espada del alba te conlleva que para tener ese daño tienes que tenerla al 90 de vida y precisamente los equipos con Furina tienen cualquier cosa estable menos la vida. Bueno, pues llévala con espada del alba, que la debes tener AR15. Pero vamos, Chris no la recomendaba ni nadie la recomienda, espada del alba para Furina. Pruébala, no pierdes nada, es gratis. La suya lo que tiene es una locura de daño crítico, tiene 80 y pico de daño crítico, es un locurón de arma. Vamos, que se les ha ido la flapa. Hola, Melusina. Bueno, vamos a ir a ver a Skipper y vamos a seguir un poquito con la misión de Arconte. Y cuando venga Skipper, pues iré a por él. ¿Has visto el enlace que te manda esta mañana, HTTP? Está muy mañana a PSN. HTTP. Que se haga de día. A mí me gusta que sea de día, no me gusta de noche. Para hacer misiones. ¿Qué te ha parecido? ¿Eh? Hype Chetil, ¿no? ¿O qué? Favonius, ya está, o sea, no te queda más. El problema es que Furina viene muy limitada de armas. O le pones Favonius o le pones la tubería, si no tienes el deseo ponzoñoso. Yo también, es chetífera. Cuando la vi, digo, ¡oh, es Dios! Conseguir. Es brutal. Me ha encantado, tío, cuando la he visto. Cómo mola el tema del paraguas con las gafas, de qué pro que soy, ¿sabes? Un homenaje a Silver y Melus, es cuando se pone las gafas, ¿sabes? Favonius sí, y sacrificio por la recarga, porque la pasiva, entiéndeme, con la elemental de Furina tampoco sería necesaria. Pero la recarga le viene bien del sacrificio. La recarga sí que le viene bien. Navia es una diosa, es la diosa de Fontaine. De ella es la de Sumero y Navia es la de Fontaine. Por encima de Furina, vamos. Voy a ver a Skipper. Skipper. Hola, Skipper, soy tu diosa.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me...
Claro, es un tributo a Silver y Melus. Bueno, a Silver, que es el que lleva las gafas de sol. Es un tributazo, cómo me ha gustado. Es espectacular, o sea, yo la quiero a esa mujer. Lo tengo clarísimo. Desde que la vi me enamoró y con la historia tiene un papel en la historia muchísimo más importante que algunos personajes. Que el Skipirli, por ejemplo. Porque el Skipirli, el papel que tiene en la historia, entiéndeme. Navia es un personaje clave en la trama de Fontaine. Me encanta. O sea, me encanta. Ve a Poisson. Poisson. Vamos a ver a... Hostia, qué momento más duro este, ¿eh? Navia es una diosa, yo la quiero, vamos. Y la Chebrus esa si me sale, pues se queda en el armario. Que es como un PNJ random de la calle, no sé quién es, ni me importa una mierda. Me da igual. Para mí ese personaje no tiene validez. No tiene trasfondo ni nada. Charlotte podrá ser mejor o peor, pero la conocemos hace tiempo y ha ido apareciendo en la historia. Todos los que aparecen. Sigwin cuando la saquen ha salido en la historia. Skipisley ha salido en la historia. Neuvillet también. Clorinde también. Arlequino también. Furina también. Todos, la Chebreus esta se han sacado del sobaco de, oye, saca uno de 4 estrellas para el banner de Nadia. ¿Quién? Mira, este PNJ random. Pero si no ha salido ni en el mundo, da igual, tú mete lo que pican. Que es Piro y es waifu. Vale, vale. Me la pela el Chebreus ese, la Chebreus. Si me sale por Navidad, pues me saldrá, pero no... Es un personaje vacío. No tiene... Oh.
Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Pensé que estaba abajo. Pues quizás vaya al permanente. Un amigo beta tester me dijo que no. Sí, también lo dijeron de Ski Pisley, ¿sabes? Y ahí está en el permanente. Por mí que la metan. Yo voy a ir en su banner a sacarla. Su arma no, porque por armas no tiro. Salvo excepciones muy puntuales. Pero a por ella sí que voy, la voy a conseguir. Si se va al perma, mejor. Así que me salga constelaciones como me ha salido una de ella. Yo tan contento. Que me rompa muchos pitis de ella. No que me rompa muchos, pero que todo lo que me rompan, que me lo rompa de ella. Ya me ha roto uno, pues mira. Por lo menos me lo rompió de ella. O sea, que a mí menos no me puede importar. Y yo. A mí me encanta. Es la diosa de Sumeru. Yo en cuanto a la vida 4.0 dije ese personaje lo voy a obtener y lo voy a triple coronar. Aunque sea el más pocho de Genshin. Y así lo he hecho. Y con Nadia la voy a conseguir triple coronar. A lo mejor no, pero conseguir fijo. Voy a por todo con Nadia. Una Nadia quiero por lo menos. El arma me da igual, el hacha. Que sí que es muy quedón. No me pega mucho un hacha para Nadia, francamente. Pero bueno. Con lo cual no me va a costar ponerle un mandoble. La lápida del lobo. Madre mía, Nadia con la lápida, que chetil, por favor. Que además va con ataque. Madre mía. Nadia con la lápida. Qué chetil es. Ya te digo que un hacha no me pega para Nadia, me puede pegar para otro personaje. Para Ito, me pega más para Ito un hacha que para Nadia, ¿sabes? Por ejemplo, de pegarme me pega más con él. A Nadia un hacha, entiéndeme. Vale.
He looks pretty sad. My leg.
Pobrecitos, tío.
How could this have happened? It hurts.
Pobre.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Vaya movidón. Me ha chupado. Eres chetil, Baizu, lo vas a conseguir. Baizu chetífero. Digo, Baizu, eres Ep. Eres chetil, Ep, y lo vas a conseguir a Baizu.
Hey, Nadia, are you okay?
Qué bonita es, qué preciosidad de muñeca, qué trasfondo, qué historia tiene. Qué importante es la trama de Fontaine, cómo me gusta que no sea una mujer florero. Como Clorinde, porque Clorinde... Entiéndeme. Con todo el respeto a ella, pero vamos, que el protagonismo de Clorinde con el de Nadia está ahí porque tiene que haber la waifu electro, la pistola electro. Con este gorro medio de buconera que lleva. Es la de ella de Fontaine, totalmente. Es espectacular.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll
Qué
take over his
preciosa
search
que
and
es,
rescue
qué
mission in the meantime.
diseñazo que tiene, joder.
All right, you'll be in charge.
La Mary Poppins con su paraguas. Bueno, con su sombrilla, porque no es un paraguas,
I'm
es una
sorry.
sombrilla típica
Where were we?
francesa. Para el sol. Por eso se pone las gafas. En honor a Silver y Melus. Es un tributo.
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways.
Es preciosa. A mí me encanta esta muñeca.
The rushing water seemed a little odd.
En todos los aspectos, y el trasfondo que tiene, el desarrollo de personaje, su legendaria en la 4.0, o sea, es sensacional. A mí me enamoró. Si hubiera salido Navi en la 4.1, había ido de cabeza y habrían vendido más. Que ahora después de un Arconte hay mucha sequía de protos. Pero después de sacar a dos juzbandos, como sacaron a Zhongli y al Skipei, al Linnei, hubieran sacado la 4.1, tenían que haber sacado a Skipeyet y a Navia, y habían vendido un montón, te lo digo yo. Porque nos encandiló a muchos Navia, porque es un personaje con un trasfondo y un desarrollo brutal. Aparte de que es un diseñazo, claro.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Joder.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but...
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Pobrecita Navia.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Sí.
Huh?
Sí que es estirada, sí. Es el modelo de Yelan. que es otra mami.
Thank you.
Sí, a robar flores. Fornite. Anda pa' ahí. A pastar. Uy, todo lo que tiene brillo al bolsillo, dice un amigo mío. Todo lo que tiene brillo al bolsillo. En estos momentos echo de menos a FTP. Tengo que subir algún healer en esta cuenta. Me da una pereza que no lo sabe nadie. Pero claro, con Furina necesito un healer. No puedo hacer otra cosa. Entonces no sé a quién subiré. Subiré a Yao Yao después de lo que nos dijo Chris. Porque aquí no sé a quién tengo. Porque Jin también, claro, pero Jin es la ulti, la que... Bueno, Yao Yao también. Es que tampoco tengo muchos healers aquí, la verdad. Tengo a Jin. Tengo a Diona. A la moca esta. Ah, Cookie, es verdad que de hecho la empecé a subir ayer. Cookie viene bien, además con Najida. Pues subiré a Cookie. Subiré a Cookie, a la Shinobu. ¿Qué te crees que no te he visto, Adulake? Ese rábano que lleva mi nombre. Joder, casi no llego arriba. Oiga, que no llego. Casi, oiga. Hola, Mastuerzo. Sabía yo que te iba a gustar el enlace, digo, cuando lo vea. Pero me esperaba que me dijeras algo, Sumil. Pero bueno, aún así... Sabía yo que te iba a gustar. Digo, uy, FTP. Aquí no tengo ni cebos, ¿no? Es que tengo que hacer cebos, tío. Si no... Bueno, aquí me da igual porque tengo el deseo ponzoñoso. Pero sí que tengo que hacer cebos. Porque la espada sí que me gustaría conseguirla. O sea, os tengo que comprar a la Sumilla, que yo creo que no tengo ni para comprar las recetas. A la María Dolores, ¿sabes? Pero bueno. Ya te digo, en esta cuenta tampoco me voy a matar. En Saba sí que intentaré vestirla un poquito a Furina. Lo mismo hasta le farmeo el set. Lo intento, ya veré. Si me ayudas tú, lo farmeo contigo, Sumir. Sí, o sea, Navia es una diosa. En todos los aspectos. Más allá de la estética y del físico, que es preciosa. Por dentro es un personajazo, o sea, tiene un desarrollo, un trasfondo y es que enamora su forma de ser.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Pobre.
Navia, what's wrong?
Shh, Paimon, tía, que hay momentos para todo.
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains.
Se pone las gafas es un
Even the
tributo a Silver.
gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a
Es la viva
picnic.
imagen de me
He
enamoré
wouldn't
de
be
ella
angry,
porque
would
sí.
he?
Totalmente, Samuel. Pues mira que la mayoría de gente está haciendo como con Deya. Porque como es Geo, pues ya le han puesto la cruz la mayoría de gente. Y más después
How
de
could
Purina,
Master
claro.
ever be upset with you,
Y más
Demoiselle?
con Arloquino y con Skirk, que vete a saber cuándo salen, si salen, porque no hay nada escrito. Yo no estoy convencido de que salgan las dos. O ninguna, inclusive.
Yet
Nos
the
han metido
cemetery is the
hype
home of those who
y
have
no creo.
passed, is it not?
Arlequino
Everyone ends up here sooner or
no tiene
later.
sentido que te dejen
no
jugar
matter
con
who
un
you
Fatui. Tartas porque es un Fatui diferente. Es el único Fatui con el que has jugado, de hecho. Los demás no tiene sentido que te los dejen jugables. Y Skirk, siendo la discípula de quien es, tiene que ser un personaje con un poder abismal, por encima de Skipellet y todo. Y mira que Skipellet es quien es. Pues Skirk le da una patada a Skipellet en los cataplines, o sea que no creo que sea jugable. No lo sé, ojalá me equivoque.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are
Y
you?
si es, vendrá muy nerfeada del potencial que tiene de verdad, porque claro, es que según te la plantean.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up
Qué
all of a
bonita
sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your request.
Qué rabia me da que no abras la boca, tío, cuando habla. Que se lo podían curar un poquito
But
más, joder.
I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two some... I've promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that
Pero no
promise.
está en tu mano, hija. No es porque quieras.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never so Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was Pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've
Qué
become more
monina es
eloquent in
Paimon.
the time since we last
Hombre,
met.
mira, hablando del rey de Roma. La viejita.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental
Toma ya, qué
encounter.
grande eres. Joder,
That
qué
doesn't quite
chetil, de
fit this
verdad.
time.
Dentro de poco te
Besides, it never
afeitas
even
ya,
crossed my mind that
Madre
a Fatui
mía.
Harbinger would come looking for me.
Enhorabuena. Ahora te queda por lo menos la otra que... La segunda parte de la otra por lo menos es más arcóntica. Porque la primera es un pestiño, por lo menos para mí. No sé a ti qué te ha parecido la que acabas de hacer, pero a mí me pareció un coñazo infumable.
Thanks to the knave,
La
Spina
primera de la
Sula received generous
4.1, pero
support from the
infumable.
Fatui, which allowed us to complete
Y
the
la
rescue and
segunda,
evacuation work so quickly.
las 3/4 partes son igual de infumables. La última cuarta parte se salva, que es precisamente cuando sale la charla con Arlequino, cuando Skipper va allí a los sótanos del fuerte Meropid. De ahí para adelante, desde que Skipper va... Bueno, desde que bajas con Skippy a ver el arca de Noé y tal, de ahí para adelante se salva la misión de Arconte. Todo lo de antes, una mierda como un piano de gorda, aburrida, coñazo y que no vale para nada. O sea, te hacen perder el tiempo para que sepas las reglas secretas para nada, porque es una gilipollez.
Mutual aid
O sea,
is
es
essential
paja
to
sobre
fostering
paja.
positive developments. We
Es
were
una
already in the
mierda como
area
un
in
piano
any
de
case,
gorda de
so it was
misión.
nothing. That
Hombre,
said,
claro que te lo
I
llevas y
must
bien
say
ganado,
that you're a
además
lot
te lo tienes,
sharper than
hijo.
you let on.
Babaizu.
I'm sure you understand what
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supply.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Qué bonita esta charla entre Arlequino y Navia, ¿sabes?
Furthermore,
Qué
I
chetil es Navia,
sincerely
joder.
regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from
Pobrecita
happening.
mía.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they were... I've never liked hearing people put
¿Cuándo
it
viene
that
la
way.
4.3?
It's like
¿Cuándo viene la
trying to relieve pain
4.3?
by saying
Yo la
some
quiero.
noble-sounding words.
Tengo muy malas
Right now,
vibras con el Pity,
there's nothing more
pero
suitable.
por lo menos espero
They really did
tener
become
protos para
heroes.
darle 2 vueltas si se las tengo que dar, porque yo a Navia la quiero, por lo menos en la cuenta principal la quiero. En las otras Dios proveerá, pero en la principal la quiero.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Aunque sea la más pocha de Fontaine y de Genshin, me da igual. La voy a subir y voy a recorrer el mundo con ella y con Furina al lado.
Water is life to Fontaine's
Caminando sobre las
people,
aguas.
and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're
Las dos
one who
waifu.
will try to
Bueno,
change
Furina
fate,
muy
then?
waifu no la veo, ¿eh? Digo por eso de que de Fontaine, ¿sabes? Pero no...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
All right, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not... Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time, indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present...
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched. Linny told me that outside of the house,
Ahí es donde dice que
the
está
person they
cambiada de
trust
retina.
most is you.
Sí, la noto un poco diferente a cuando, no sé, en general. Bueno, sobre todo cuando la vimos en el tráiler de los Fatui, en el funeral de señora.
Which is why I want to give you this
Cambia
task.
mucho.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but
Pero
Linny,
sí, sí
Lynette,
que
and
sigue
Fremine
molando, la
said that
verdad.
they also see you. I'm sure you
Intentaremos
already
conseguirla.
understand how
Tiene ahí, es
earnest
que
they
tiene un halo
consider
ahí
their friendship
tribulario,
with you to
Arlequino, la
be.
verdad. Pero que yo no estoy nada convencido que vaya a salir jugable. No tendría mucho sentido. Sí.
The intel I just shared
Lo del
about the ruins
Tartas
could
es
fetch
otra
a
cosa
high
porque es el
price.
más joven y tal.
But since the children
Es una
consider
historia
you
muy
family,
diferente.
it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Si viene antes de marzo no creo que venga. Ya te lo digo. O sea que si quieres ahorrar por ella después de Navia, pues vas a tener tiempo. Pero tú querías a Clorinth, creo. Yo no, especialmente no. Lo cual
Excuse me,
tampoco
but
no.
may I tag along?
Yo creo que después de Navia full ahorro ya. Para lo que venga. Habrá que ver la lagartija. Digo, la lagartija. Habrá que ver en la 4.4 esta de Liyue, a ver qué tal. Sería la única que me podría... Ya veremos.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some...
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something... a
Ya.
distraction.
Yo Navia
Keep my
sí,
mind
lo
off
tengo
Malus
claro.
and Silver.
Luego, Clorin no tengo especial ímpetu. O sea, no me disgusta, pero tampoco... No es un personaje que me llame, ni estéticamente no me llama mucho. Y a nivel de lore, la pobre, no es culpa de ella, pero la verdad ha sido una machaquita un poco para allá y para acá. No tiene un papel en la historia. Tiene más relevancia Arlequino, Melus y Silver, ¿sabes? Si me apuras, que Clorinth. Que no es su culpa, la pobre, si yo no la culpo, pero que realmente es un personaje, bueno, pues que está ahí, ¿sabes? Igual que un poco Sigwin. Pero claro, Sigwin no se da 5 estrellas, es la diferencia. Supongo, no creo que la saquen 5 estrellas.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Gamusinos.com.
Hey! Strike a pop!
Ya. Este ya está resuelto, sí, ¿no? Tiene toda la pinta. Están todas las botellitas encendidas. Sí, ¿no? No queda ninguna, ¿no? Por ahí. Coño, un gamusino hay por aquí. Vete a saber dónde está. A ver. Ah, este es el de otro día, que estará súper alto. Vete a saber, paso palabra. Vale, paso palabra. Mira la pirámide de Sumeru, tío, se ve allí, fíjate, la del rey del Red, qué heavy, qué chetil es. Y dices, todo lo que ves puedes ir, mira, si quieres puedes ir allí. Y nada te lo impide.
So,
¿Estás pelado de qué, hijo? ¿Tienes frío?
They seem to...
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Y tirando cada vez que tengo. Si lo quieres es lo que hay que hacer. Es que no hay más, ¿eh? Es tontería, ¿sabes? Ya, proto, sí. Si lo quieres es tontería no tirar. Yo cuando me pasó lo mismo con la Shogun, con la otra, con No Drama, en cuanto tenía 162 protos tiraba. Me daba igual. Hacía diarias 163 tirar. ¿Qué más da? Si la quieres, claro. Si no, pues no. Me gusta más el diseño con el pelo largo. Bueno, no cura mucho, pero tampoco cura muy poco, ¿no? La sumilla. ¿Esto es agua normal o es primigenia? Vamos a ver si es primigenia. No, no es primigenia. Es agua sumil. Nada. Esto es agua sumil. Sí, eso sí, claro. Ahí sí que lo subes porque estás tirando en un pity por un personaje que quieres. Con lo cual tiene sentido. ¡Al turrón! ¡Todos! ¡Que viene FCTP! ¡Todos! FCTP, 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 FCTP. No, hombre, pero cambia de bicho, Furina. Me ha roto el... Dadle ahí caña a los humiles. Ahí, toma. Mira la cravaleta, como les mete. Toma, oye, qué chetiles son, los gamusinos. Ahora me curáis, ahora sí. Ahí va. Qué cabrones son, tío. ¿Cómo te pueden hacer eso, joder? Que es que no te da tiempo ni a abrir las alas. Pues ahora me curáis. ¿Qué paso os pago?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe...
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now, then, but... Oh, no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over
No es agua del mar primigenio, mentira, es agua sumil. Es mentira, no es agua del mar primigenio, tongo. Que yo soy sumilla. El trigo este con el tiempo que lleva aquí debe estar hermoso ya, ¿no?
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Corred, chicos, ha dicho. Que se tires nadie. ¿Cómo corren, eh? Qué buena está. Esta cinemática es espectacular, eh. ¡Navia!
¡Navia!
Qué chetil es esa cinemática, eh. Epchetepe, epchetepe. Epchetepe, epchetepe. Epchetepe, epchetepe. Baizu chetil, chaval.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Qué chetil eres, joder. Bueno, se hace lo que se puede.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we...
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to call...
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's.
Very well.
Wait. Something's... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh? All right then.
Voy a hacerme un café en los anuncios. Ahora vengo. HTTP. HTTP. By to power. Naviocítico. Veloz.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
Epchetepep está aquí. Epchetepep ha vuelto. Epchetepep el magnífico. Baizulítico.
And her two attendants are with her.
Tienes mucha zona para explorar con muchas protos, Y muy entretenida, además. Hazte la misión de la melusina esta que te da unas cuantas, ¿sabes? Yo la que hice yo ayer y no es difícil. Son consejos, claro, si te apetece. Has hecho el evento humilde hoy ya. Yo he cogido la pericia de ayer y la de hoy ya. Y en esta cuenta he hecho las peticiones ciudadanas y las cacerías y me he guardado la pericia para mañana.
Karina, Desiree,
Qué bueno el café, por favor.
Julian, Essen. Why are so many people? And as for the judge...
Es que Pellet no está presente.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. The head... After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall...
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navi!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Silence!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her actions as
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul... Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld to... Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Qué chetiles son Silver y Melus.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I, and that is how we will enforce justice.
Justice.
My head... It hurt.
Demoiselle.
Order.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Segura no, o sea, garantizada no, creo que tengo 18, 19k. Quiero llegar por lo menos a 25, 26, que serían los pitis completos. ¿Sabes? Segura no la tengo. Acabo de sacar a Furina. No sé si me quedan 18 o 19k. Entonces quiero llegar por lo menos un pity son. Ahora lo vemos aquí, ya verás. Espérate. Ahora lo vemos aquí con esta cuenta, lo que es un pity, ¿vale? En cuanto acabe esta cinemática lo comprobamos.
Absurd. Who are you to say that she cannot
Ojalá
be
tuviera
judged?
suerte y me salieran 23 tiradas como esta cuenta me ha salido. No lo sé, ¿eh? Ahora miramos. Creo que tengo 18, algo así. Porque tenía un montón, la verdad, estaba ahorrando mucho.
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened,
Silence.
she should not be left
Order.
alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Order. Venga, que salga Skipellet ya, díselo.
Silence.
Ahí, silence. Toma, ahí en color, además. Qué chetil es.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense, and the court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized...
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Sí, es la nueva. Estoy avanzando un poquito para... Bueno, para dejarla liquidada porque ya no viene más, pero...
No, wait! Just a second!
Pobre, qué bonita es.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Vamos, hombre, la voz de Skipellet en japonés parece un gangoso. No impone nada, como aquí. Silence. Cuando lo haga me va a entrar ganas de tener a Navia. Y a mí me entra entrando por eso, pero bueno, así me motivo más.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Es preciosa, sí.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to her.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Evidentemente, claro.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's...
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! Commit it to memory!
Crepitares. Toma. Qué chetil, ¿eh? Los gamusinos estos de Furina. Y ahora me cura un poquitín.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Stabilize!
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Solidify!
Darle mamelucos. Qué chetiles son los gamusinos, de Furina. Uy, cofre tiro. Espero que no se caiga este.
Stabilize!
I see everything.
¡Al turrón! Todo está ahí. ¡Al turrón! ¡Al turrón! ¡Al turrón! ¡Al turrón! ¡Al turrón! ¡Al turrón!
This is order.
Es épico total, esto. Peño.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place? There should not be any other hidden...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone
Pues no lo sé qué haré, por...
It seems like they were put here as an...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3
Lo
stone
mismo debía
slates.
entrar con no drama a ver
Should
si
be in the first empty spot.
puedo farmearle algún boss o algo.
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the...
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches...
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates...
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking... This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still... Paimon feels like these images are kind of...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd? Where the Hydro Arc...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here, the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the—
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so—
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
¿Has hecho el evento Chetil y has cogido todo ya o qué? ¿Dónde está el fragmento de mierda?
Gather!
Everyone hold hands! Shower me with praise! Fire hazard!
Gracias, bichos, por encontrarme.
I see everything!
¡Al turrón! ¡Que viene FTP! ¡Todos a la fiesta loca! ¡FTP, pico! ¡FTP, pico!
Let me open it. Oh, brilliant! Bro! Time for a light show! things.
Lo hiciste por la pericia, bien.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about this. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes...
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the
Y
Fleuve
mañana
Cendre is
jugaremos
always
esta
open to you
misión
as
otra
ever.
vez en la
So
cuenta
please
principal
don't think you're in
en Twitch.
imposition. All right.
Va a ser como el día
I'll
de
be
la
on my way
marmota,
then.
joder. Tengo un deseo y pronto es para tirar. Pues al turrón. Que eres chetil. Al turrón que eres chetil, tío.
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good food too! Hyman's already starting to forget.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I...
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing?
¿Qué haces tú en Fontaine? ¿Cómo es que no adivinaste que estábamos aquí?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus...
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great... There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means...
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put...
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I... Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great...
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but...
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
A la blanca triolotona.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not alone. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think I...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. Even that of... I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an But on the flip side, The prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents...
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right, I'll help you.
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious look. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler.
Pip to the bed, 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 by such a tip. Qué rico el cafecito, por favor. Madre del amor hermoso. Qué bueno. Porque me han cambiado el pelo. Bueno, me han cambiado el color entero. Hola, Seren.
Is something...
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have got...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuse. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent...
You mean...
Pobrecita.
They're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed...
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Piñón.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice.
Oh? Like...
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, this...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, Our friend here, the Traveler. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a...
Oh? How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain and...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Qué chatil es el Pep.
In that case, do any of you have experience
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette,
I've also gone diving to catch...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also... So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the...
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it, if they're realistic enough.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that...
So, are we going...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting method... But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted...
Oh, so that's what's going on.
¿Dónde estoy? Tengo que ir al río Ceniciento, ¿no? Esta es la lagartija. No, en la principal no. La tengo que subir un poquito más todavía. No la he equipado. La he equipado aquí como buenamente he podido. O sea, en la principal intentaré vestirla un poquito bien. A ver si hay algo que podamos hacer, ¿sabes? Pero tampoco me quiero volver loco, ¿sabes? La intentaré vestir un poquito bien ya que tiene su arma. Bueno.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for...
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky.
The voice from the sky, I fear that you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you, guiding... Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friends. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as...
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a...
did she have pink hair?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That day. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something...
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Eso dicen, sí.
Huh?
Para Furina, sí. De hecho, ya te digo, la prueba de personaje, tanto en la de ayer de crío como en la de hoy, que es de Dendro y Electro, te la ponen a Furina con el tubo. O sea, por algo será. No te van a poner con un arma Sumi. No te ponen la suya, obviamente, pero te ponen un arma que puedes conseguir, que no es exclusiva de banner de armas. Porque le va bien, le da recarga además. Y además le da probabilidad crítica a la elemental, con lo cual bien.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't...
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Que es humillar, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
El tubo es el futuro de la humanidad. El que tuvo, retuvo, dicen. Además.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter. Ugh, seriously? Well... Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices of... It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all... Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was...
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me,
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe the...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake... No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
¿Ves? Las melusinas normales tienen como manoplas, no tienen manos. No tienen dedos, vamos. Tienen manos, pero no tienen dedos. Son como manoplas.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good...
And there she goes! Alright, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
Yo supongo, no sé por qué se me antoja que vendrá con clorinde.
It's more delicious than
Con
last
Navia no va a
time.
venir, está claro, porque ya se sabe que viene el PNJS random. Y luego, previsiblemente la 4.4 vendrá el rito de la linterna, vendrá la preservadora y viene con el sumil ese de Liyue de la lanza. El león de Liyue lo llaman. De 4 estrellas. Y previsiblemente, no lo han dicho, pero mi ¿cómo se llama? Mi predicción, por decirlo de alguna manera, es que después de la 4.4 vendrá la 4.5, obviamente, pero vendrá... Vendrá seguramente en la 4.5, seguramente vendrá Clorint y es muy probable que venga con Sigwin. Ya te digo que no lo sé fijo, pero podría ser. Sí, estaba con Skippy en la... Sí, en la 4.4 es Liyue, porque es el rito de la linterna, claro, que coincide con el año nuevo chino, que es a finales de enero. ¿Sabes? Con lo cual sí. Es muy chetil. Más febrero, yo creo. Bueno, mira por fechas esta versión, ¿cuánto le quedará? Miramos. Ahora miramos cuánto le queda a esta versión. Hoy estamos a día 10 u 11, ¿no? De noviembre.
Oh,
Espérate.
we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for...
Le quedan al banner de Furina 15 días. Y la siguiente versión, la de Ayato y tal, son 21, es decir, 21, 31. Quedan 36 días de versión. Y hoy estamos a día...
Boring.
12.
Isn't there anything else
12 y
more
30
interesting
serían...
to do?
Pues serían... 28. 18. El 12, más o menos. Pues el propio 12 sería... El día 12 sería un mes. 5 días más, pues sobre el 17 se acabaría la versión. Exacto, el 17 de diciembre se acabaría la versión. Y vendría la de Liyue, que sería hasta finales de enero, principios de febrero más bien. Hasta principios, mediados de febrero. Son 42 días por versión, 41. 42, creo. 42. Entonces, si esta se acaba el 17, 18 de diciembre, ponle 18 de diciembre y un mes, 18 de enero, y medio mes, primeros de febrero, que es cuando sea el Festival de la Linterna. Y a mediados de febrero empezará la 4.5, que yo estoy casi convencido de que vendrá Clorinde y vendrá HTTP. Y vendrá Sigwin con ella, casi seguro. Eso no lo he visto en ningún lado, pero son elucubraciones mías. Toma eso mismo. Pero no hay, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que Clorin se vendrá para 4.5 casi seguro. Cierra, cierra, cierra. Y seguramente Sigwin venga con ella. No creo que la ponga.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Y luego en la
Have you seen the article I wrote about
4.6,
you?
si viene Arlequino, pues a lo mejor viene, no lo sé. Pero antes de la 4.6 no creo que venga.
You've got some nerve! You just used that.
Oh, you needn't worry about it. It's alright though, I've said it.
Really? Well,
You're almost a little.
well, Paimon knows your name.
Por eso te
Still,
digo
what brings you here all.
When Mona mentioned
que no te rayes para hablar por Arlequino.
It seemed. So she mentioned me.
She said that you're a
Que todos andará
Nice.
y que luego no sea un
In which
personaje
case,
único, que como
this
todos tendrá
daredevil
sus reruns,
journalist
sea
dared to
Arlequino o sea el
request an
Papa de Roma.
exclusive inter-
So your article.
No lo van a sacar como si fuera un arma de evento.
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we?
Why not?
Oh, and
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Whew, so much to get.
wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If
Huh. That's the. If you're serious, from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be. Just think about it. If this nation. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I. But anyway, that's my answer.
that's so. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo. Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and what. You mean, still huh. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during it, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But
so what happened after that is for
seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but...
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't... When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her... It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to live.
Falta mucho para Arlequino. Si sale. Que yo no estoy convencido, que salga.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must
Por
have
mucho modelo que
evacuated
tenga,
already.
claro, el modelo lo
All
tiene
that's left
porque
here are
el
signs of
personaje existe y se
devastation.
mueve, pero
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as
de ahí a que
possible.
sea jugable. Que sí, que sería una buena baza para tu hoyo. Decir, oye, mira, pues vamos a vender mucho. Pero francamente no tiene mucho sentido que nos dejen un personaje como Arlequino jugable. Yo no le veo sentido. Es pura autoconvicción, como la gente pensó con Señora en su día. Ah, qué guay, Señora va a ser jugable. ¿Por qué?
That's Farina, right over there.
No digo que la maten a Arlequino también, como a Señora. Pero sin necesidad de matarla no la veo un personaje jugable. Igual que Dottore. Dottore salió en Sumero y no es jugable. Y también se rumoreó que sí iba a ser jugable, no sé qué de crío. Yo no le veo sentido que nos den los personajes Fatui como jugables, por lo menos hasta que se desenvuelva toda la trama principal y entonces se puedan ver realmente sus intenciones y no sean tan malos, sino que estén las cosas claras, porque cada vez se va viendo que los Fatui no están tan desencaminados de cómo está yendo la historia, con lo cual cuando se vea que los Fatui no son tan malos, entonces a lo mejor sí que ya nos los dejan como jugables. Pero ahora mismo, el punto en el que estamos, yo no creo, vamos, no veo realmente, no necesario, pero que no le veo sentido a que nos dejen un personaje como Arlequino, porque sí, por fanservice, de, ah, qué guay, toma Arlequino. No, igual que Skirk. Skirk además tiene que ser súper mega hiper poderosa, con lo cual no creo ni que sea jugable ni Arlequino ni Skirk. Como mucho Arlequino, pero no, realmente mucha convicción no tengo. Porque no tiene sentido.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Pobrecita Farina.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
Pobrecita. Me da mucha penita Farina también.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Ya te digo que no tiene...
That?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchal Say Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the... that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Ya te digo, yo no le veo mucho sentido que nos dejen a Arlequino jugable porque sí, porque es fanservice, la gente la quiere porque la quiere, pero no tiene sentido que nos la dejen. Igual que no nos dejaron a Dottore tampoco, que fue el Fatui de la versión anterior, no nos lo dejaron. Ahora, una vez que se solucione la trama con Celestia y tal, si el juego sigue, que hagan jugables a los Fatui, a la gran mayoría. No lo veo descabellado, porque veremos que a lo mejor no son los malos como tal, sino que tienen una forma de ser más rebelde, si quieres decir, contra Celestia. Por decirlo de alguna manera, ¿sabes?
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them...
What is...
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Y Skirk, 3/4 de lo mismo. ¿Tú te crees que Skirk, que es como la diosa del principio, la que te secuestra a tu hermana o hermano, la van a poner jugable? No lo creo. Estaría guay, claro, yo también la quiero, pero por lo menos pronto no. Que a la larga la hagan jugable como Dainslev, que también en el fondo, muy en el fondo y muy tarde lo podrá ser, seguramente. Pero pondrán a Dainslev o a Skirk, la pondrán después de poner a Dainslev, no antes. No lo creo, no tiene sentido que tenga un personaje con un trasfondo tan importantísimo para que tú vayas a recoger flores, ¿sabes? O sea, no... Lo siento, pero no. Una cosa es lo que nos gustaría y otra cosa es lo que...
I'm so tired. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother than...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have... As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Que a lo mejor la sacan jugable, Arlequino, pero siendo francos, no tiene sentido.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you... And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a If that's the case...
Pobrecita, vaya marrón. Vaya situación tan sumil.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Vale.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She...
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how utterly you...
Lady Farina, what is the
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be
looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Justice!
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making it!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this serious.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Oh, no.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Sumiles insurrectos.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Qué bonita, Navia, por favor.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epic, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, then that means this doc. So in other words, we can refer to this, and let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Arc. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as... I didn't think that you... This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. According to Monsieur Nervillette, I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the action.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
Hola,
second
pues
of all,
aquí peleándonos
even
con
if that
Furina en el
wasn't
juicio,
the case,
que es muy
there
emotivo.
could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Analizadora de instrucción cardenalicia Honkai Starlight,
Now, even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's for centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or...
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no
No
need to
especialmente,
provide
no.
an explanation.
Se podría decir que no, en esta cuenta no. He hecho las ciudadanas y tal por la reputación. Más que por el pase, por la reputación como tal. Y porque, bueno, también me ha dado pericia y así me he guardado la pericia del evento. Pero principalmente ha sido por la reputación. Solo he hecho las ciudadanas y las cacerías, mucho más. Y me ha dado, cada ciudadana me ha dado una pericia y luego las 3 cacerías me han dado otra pericia. No una cacería solo, me han dado huevo. Pero bueno, da igual. Y luego he hecho el evento de hoy y tengo ya 4 pericias para mañana. Hombre, Juan, sí, está muy bien. Esta sí, la 4.1 fue infumable. O sea, fue una mierda pinchada en un palo, como decimos aquí. Esta sí es una misión de Arconte, a la antigua usanza. Como las de Sumeru. A mí el arco de Sumeru me encantó también, las cosas como son. El arco arcontil.
You'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Me he sacado la Furina C2 y su arma. Volví a tener potra y me salió otra de ella de paso. Joder, macho, ¿cómo eres?
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and...
Ya ves.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even...
Bueno, de aquella manera,
like
sí, la
nobody's buying
huye.
Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Qué cabrón, Juan, pobrecito. Bueno, pues como la que viene con Navia. Para mí, la que viene con Navia, esta que han presentado oficialmente, es como cualquier PNJ de esos, porque no ha salido en la historia, con lo cual me pesa lo mismo que la señora esta que ha dicho eso. Me pesa exactamente lo mismo la Chebrus que cualquier PNJ de estos que sale. Me da lo mismo. Porque para mí tiene el mismo trasfondo que esa gente, te lo juro. Ya no hay misión de Arconte, esta es la última. Ya no, en la trama de Arconte no saldrá que se haga una misión de mundo. Para mí es un PNJ random, ¿sabes?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Which...
Claro, hombre. Es la de ella de Fontaine. Es una diosa.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Exacto.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't... Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample, and it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Aquí, creo que sí.
Listen to me. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the Prime? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Pobrecita Furina.
In my capacity as Chief Justice,
No,
I shall
tuve
now
mucha
render
suerte, la
judgment on
verdad.
Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina
Guilty.
is
Guilty.
guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Venga, tiradita al Honkai. Kafka.
According to the judgment of
Sí,
the
tuve
Oratrice
suerte, la
Mécanique
verdad.
d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
Culpable como la pantoja, ya te vale. Pobre Furina.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know,
Ya
the
ves.
real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still
El
going?
Frenillet. Oye, míralo, el Frenillet.
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigned...
Is that
looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then, doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Freminet. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Frenillet. Yo le llamo Frenillet. Tiene cara de frenillo. Pobrecito.
So what do you see? What is
Que lleva una sartén sin mango en la cabeza.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three still.
Ja, 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 ja. Se ríe el otro. Loco.
The first stone slate describes what you just
Con
said.
esa carita que tiene.
It seems to show the previous
Que
Hydro
se quiere
Archon
traer
using
estoy
her
en
divine
el...
power.
Madre mía, cómo
And then
estamos,
the
Juan.
Oceanids turn into heat. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into this. That reminds Paimon, didn't we? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after...
Joder.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone. We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually... Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to... The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Épchete Pepe, épchete Pico. Como el que más. Navio. ¿Tú no vas a por Navia, Juan? ¿No te mola?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make... But then it feels like... We're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher did. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gather.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored
Sumir el evento se puede hacer con cuentas pequeñas. Yo lo he hecho con todas, sí, con la de latas la he hecho sin problema. Sí. Te pedirán nivel 20 como mucho, no creo que pidan más. Y haber hecho la de Misión de Monsta, del dragón y la libertad. Sí, yo la he hecho en todas. Lo estoy haciendo en todas. Lo bueno que tiene, como te dejan probar los personajes, pues los tienes a 80, lo haces en todas igual. He cogido exactamente el mismo equipo en todas. Ya te digo, esta mañana he cogido en primer lugar a Baizu, luego a Furina, luego a Cookie y luego a Fischl, en ese orden. Porque yo siempre al healer o al escudo o al Zongli lo pongo en el tercer lugar, en la cruceta izquierda. En la primera pongo el soporte principal, en la segunda el DPS y en la cuarta el healer. U otro soporte.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most...
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Toda waifu hay que tenerla, claro.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
Venga, skipellez.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with
buen
you,
orden.
but with all the people of Fontaine as well.
¿Qué orden?
I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Ah, sí, yo siempre lo hago así. Yo el DPS lo tengo en la cruceta derecha, siempre, el principal. Por ejemplo, siempre llevo a Najida en la cruceta arriba. En la segunda, pues llevo al niño, llevo a Deya, llevo al tal. En la tercera llevo a Zhongli a la izquierda y abajo pues llevo a Yae, llevo el soporte continuo, ¿sabes? Arriba pues la que aplica el bufo pues Najida o lo que sea, ¿sabes?
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves expressed to the However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of... She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Yo es que el DPS arriba del todo no me gusta tenerlo, lo tengo mejor en la... no sé, a la izquierda, a la derecha. Pero sí, la mayoría de gente soléis tener arriba el principal. Como yo siempre suelo empezar con el, pues eso, con Najida, poniendo los chismes, pues empiezo arriba y luego voy girando un poco en orden del reloj, ¿sabes? Es un poco mi... pero vamos, que no es ni mejor ni peor. Probablemente ya te digo que no es lo habitual. Yo sí que he visto que mucha gente tenéis al principal, al main DPS en arriba, en lo que sería el 1.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much
No,
information.
bueno, yo lo tengo igual en todas.
I think I'm just going to
O sea, me
pretend
da
I
igual
never
el
heard a
nivel que
single
tenga la
thing.
cuenta. Lo uso igual.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the
Por
Hydro
ejemplo, en
Archon be
Latan
sentenced
tengo a la
to death.
viajera
After
arriba,
all,
que hace
her
un poco
only
lo de
sin was
Najida, he
creating
hecho un
us.
bufo de tal. Luego en la segunda tengo a Kekin, en la tercera Zhongli, en la cuarta al niño, pues para, bueno, porque llevo 2 DPS un poco. Más que nada el niño para exploración. También meto, claro. A veces los intercambio, cambio a Kekin con el niño de puesto.
But it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water... You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold it. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now it's...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropedes. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Seguro.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin.
Épsete Pep. Sale ahí. Épsete Pep, épsete Pep. Bien. Bueno, más que... Sí, un puzzle. Es una deducción de estas que tienes que hacer. Estoy reventado. Es épsete épico, todo.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make... That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other...
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the...
No, no hay que pelear con el Tartas.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what.
What's happening with the Ortrees?
Totalmente, Juan.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Pobre Farina.
No, I still need answers.
Ya tenía pensado convertirlo en papilla si quedaba con él. Aquí habría sido un buen momento para que hicieran otro capítulo, pero solo han hecho uno, así nos dan un deseito solo. Porque la de la mierda, la cárcel la partieron en mitad de la cárcel porque les dio la gana. Y es una mierda. Mira.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine... One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to that. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly
Menos
at
mal que no
least,
llamaron
while
Fócalos.
saving
Se llama el
everyone
nombre.
at the same time.
Es que se llama así, es Fócalos. Lo que pasa es que es con una C con cedilla. Sería algo así como Fósalos.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydra Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Separé mi divinidad de mi cuerpo y de mi espíritu para que solo quedara un ser igual que mi yo humana
The
recién creada.
me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Pobrecita Furina.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the opera...
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any... I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Pobrecita. Pobre Furina, tío. Qué sumiles somos. Fumar. Furino. Furino, fumar. Furino. Furino, fumar. Furino. Furina.
Oh,
Sumina.
who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Ya ves, pobrecita. Qué sumilla es.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
¡FTP! ¡Todos al turrón! ¡FTP! Van ahí todos al turrón chetépico. Van al turrón chetépico, los chetepiles. Madre mía, los chetepiles. ¿Te gusta más ya que le ves más o no, Sumil? ¿A qué te refieres con que le veo más? Hombre, ahora que hace un poquito más de daño me gusta más, porque claro, cuando la usaba al 40 o al 60 estaba muy Sumil, pobrecita. Claro, ahora, a ver, no es una locura, seguro que mi Furina es la más pocha del mercado, comparada con los daños de otro. Pero a mí ya me sirve, ¿sabes?
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Order guide you.
A Furina, sí. Un momento, HTP. Claro, además ya sabes que con lo sensiblón que soy yo, pues saber todo lo que ha aguantado la pobre, pues me da penina, le tengo más cariño. Estaba claro que el que fuera tan tonta tenía que ser por algo. Nadie se imaginaba lo que estaba pasando, la pobre. Acto 1, enfrente del espejo, Furina. Mira, mira cómo se refleja, qué bien hecho.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
Ya, pobrecita. Ahora te lo cuentan todo.
Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Well,
yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Pobrecita.
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay,
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back pup.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right, Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a... Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the
Bueno, todavía
character
falta un
I'm
poco, pero sí.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
A personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Her future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship.
Sí, falta un
Let
poco
us
todavía.
light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials...
If I may be so impertinent...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end...
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await.
Lady
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an all right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew he is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution, but...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the god. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about that.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases as well.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them all.
Lady Farina, I've waited.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Post...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should any... I don't think I let anything slip. I just... don't... I feel utterly exhausted.
Acto número 5. La ópera Furina. Acto 182.375. Joder, pobrecilla.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deuteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But with that, I have conducted so many investigations across the all I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still just share it with me.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine... No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely, is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide.
No,
if you
va
let this
bien.
opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by. Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice, And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now, at last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Qué bonita Navia.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Ya te digo.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be—
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means. And now we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the All-Devourer. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless I can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Time for a light show!
No, nada.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Solidify!
The fuse is lit!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Chupado adentro.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
¿Qué ha pasado? Qué cabrones son, tío. ¿Cómo te saben tocar la fibrilla? Y más a un tontaina como yo. Cada vez que lo veo, coño. Ay, señor. Cuidado, que el Genshin es un gacha de mierda. Pero todo el vínculo que creas con los personajes a lo largo de los días. Tírala para allá y tira el tartas también. A la pastar todo. Que sería guay que saliera este personaje jugable, por supuesto, pero
Thanks for helping
lo
with the
veo muy
cleanup.
poco probable, por lo
Should've been
menos
my
a
job,
un
but-
plazo corto, ojo.
Oh, well.
A largo plazo, una vez que se acabe la historia y tal, bueno. Pero no creo que venga a la 4 punto nada, ¿sabes? Este personaje, ya te lo digo. Si viene, vendrá con Daisley. Si viene. Con Daisley o después, quiero decir. Para que podamos ir a Celestia preparados. Porque a Celestia iremos, está claro. Después de visitar Snezaya iremos a Celestia seguro.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me.
Qué guay
I didn't think
política
that my
es.
disciple
Sería
and
guay
my
que la
master's
saquen, sí,
pet would
será
start
jugable.
brawling in the meantime.
Probablemente, pero no creo que lo sea la 4 punto nada. Ya te lo digo. Ojalá me equivoque, ¿sabes? No es de Fontaine, es de la Luna de Valencia. No se sabe dónde es esta señora. Vive en una dimensión chetífera. No creo que sea de Fontaine, ni de Teyvat siquiera.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier
No creo
than
que
I
salga la
thought.
4 punto nada. Ojalá me
Blunder.
equivoque y salga la 4.6,
Suppose I'll have
pero
to swing my
no lo
sword
creo.
3 million times as
Estaría muy
penance.
bien, sí, pero no lo creo. Cuando su maestro tiene esta mascota, que es la ballena esta, que viene de otros mundos, pues imagínate dónde será esta. De Guadalajara, ¿sabes?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what
Tú has
she
visto
said
cómo ha cogido a la
earlier, she
ballena, la ha
must
hecho
be Child's
chiquinina y la ha tirado
master.
por un agujero y al
Correct,
tartar
right?
detrás. Vamos, hombre, o sea...
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal.
Ya se sabe de
without
dónde
using
viene esa
power from
bravuconería
beyond this
del
world.
Tartas. No tengo nada que hablar con la gente débil. O sea, el Tartas ha aprendido bien de su maestra. Joder, es exactamente lo que dice el Tartas.
So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master.
Mira, se le ve el universo en las piernas, tío. Es súper
Wait,
cheto.
is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Surtalogi.
Surtalogi. Ok, Google, Surtalogi. No, suéltalo no. Espérate que lo escriba. Me pone suéltalo, ¿sabes? Ok, Google. Espera un momento, Surtalogi. Todos lo refieren a Genshin Impact. A ver. Parece que hay un grupo de música que se llama Surtalogi. ¿Qué dices? Sí, hay un grupo que se llama Surtalogi, tío. No sé quién es. No especifican nada. Viene aquí una web en alemán o no sé qué. La mitología nórdica, no sé qué. Parece algo nórdico. Espérate que lo traduzco. Surtalogi es la espada del gigante de fuego Surtur en la mitología nórdica. Con esto el gigante de fuego prendió fuego al mundo en el Ragnarok. Ah. O sea, es una espada nórdica, según la mitología. Aquí no sé cómo.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
Caballero Protero.
How should I describe him then?
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Reindotir.
Vetterfilnir then?
Orosi.
Or...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindottir's part of the Hexen Circle. She's obeyed
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of the... But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindottir.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Pobrecita
and
Furina,
only
tío.
Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Qué bonita Navia. Qué papelón hace en toda la trama.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
El gancho. Ahora sale el alien de Toy Story.
Hey, lend a hand!
Mira, Skipper. Ah, no, pero el Jet. ¿Por qué no se pone el casco de gusto? Mira, sacando un señor ahí del agua. Qué sutiles son.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you right? We're saved. The prophecy
Por eso valió la pena, chiquillo.
was wrong.
Todo lo que hiciste fue en vano. Bonita Navia, qué bonita Navia. Con las flores nuevas.
I recently visited
Se te
Poisson to
ve.
meet with Miss Navia. Spokesperson, old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving. Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Poca ganas de pescar. Voy a pescar yo contigo si quieres, si se te hace ameno. A mí no me raya tanto, no sé, con la caña, con el artilugio que pusieron es muchísimo más fácil. O sea, yo entiendo que al principio sí que era más tedioso, sobre todo a mí los peces de la captura, los eléctricos me costaron un triunfo. Poco a poco, Ojalá la puedas sacar, te lo juro, ojalá te salga Pondro Baizu y puedas ahorrar y puedas sacar a Navia, de verdad que no. Lo deseo un montón porque sé que la quieres mucho también.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With a disaster, just the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
¡Qué rabia! Algún logro por ahí, que te mate un jabalí que te da 5 protos.
Edwin's assistant,
Sumil.
Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too!
Hay logros mucho refly por ahí.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned...
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first.
Habla con Charlotte. Ve a Poisson. Epchete, pepchete, pepchete. Tiré 3 veces mi dealer de arma y Beidou, que ya tengo, y tengo para 2 deseos. Del otro por coger un cofre, ya la tengo. Guay. Bueno, Beidou, mira, dentro de lo malo.
Strike a pose!
Furina, ¿qué nivel la tengo? El 70 y que me falta. Me faltan flores. Mañana tendría que coger flores. Y sumiles, claro. Sumiles que me faltan 11, con lo cual tendría que tener muchísima suerte para que en un día me salieran 3 de 3 y 1 de 2, ¿sabes? Eso es ciencia ficción. No me salen a veces ni en la cuenta Chetil. ¿Qué me salió? Ah, vale, tengo que ir a Poisson debajo. Vale. ¿Qué me salió, Ed? ¿Qué me marca las diarias? ¿Qué hace? Quita. Lo que estabas diciendo. Me faltan 11 sumiles de boss. En un día no creo que lo consiga, salvo que gaste lunas. Para subirla al 80, ¿sabes? Que haga un poquito más de daño. Que cure un poquito más y que haga un poquito más de daño.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just
Qué
having a look
bonita es
around.
Navia, tío. No me cansaré de decirlo.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you.
Este es un
This is
recaudador,
Mr.
además,
Garunk
Fatui,
Stezhevich. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will.
Hello, Miss Charlotte.
Ya,
I'm
a
a
mí
big
me
fan of
faltan, ya
yours.
te digo, y en
I
Sabat me
especially
faltan
like that
muchos
article
más.
you
No
wrote
sé en qué
last year
nivel la
about
tengo en
Fontaine's
Sabat.
stray
Creo que la tengo al
cats.
50 o al 60.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are...
Huh? You're here too, Clarin?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Miss...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down a god.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Qué mona.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Qué ojos más bonitos tiene Charlotte, ¿verdad? Qué cristalinos.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it
Tiene
comes
así
to
un
the
azul
news, and
aturquesado,
freshness
¿verdad?
is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Tengo una
Who
Favonius
knows?
al
I
80,
might
por
eventually
guay.
get that in.
Wow.
Es la que le llevo
You
yo en
really do
Nodrama.
have
No
that
tengo
never
otra. En
say
Nodrama no
die
tengo
spirit.
ni el tubo ni el deseo ponzoñoso, claro, porque no había nacido Nodrama cuando el evento aquel. Ni en
I'll
Sabat la
hazard a
tengo el
guess
deseo
that this is how you got
ponzoñoso,
that interview at
porque
the
es una
Fortress of
cuenta más
Narapede.
joven.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
En Sabat por lo
I
menos
asked
por suerte
Siege
tengo
Link.
su
That's
arma.
a
Si no, la llevaría
Very
con Favonius,
complete
claro.
information chain.
Hombre, pues si es de Chinkyu y los vas a llevar juntos, chungos. Si no los vas a llevar juntos, te da igual. Es lo que te digo. Yo tengo una lápida y rara vez voy a llevar a Dilu con Deya, ¿sabes? A la vez. Para que lleven los dos la lápida. O sea que tampoco no me preocupa. Otra cosa, si llevas dos espadas ligeras, a lo mejor pues dices, mira, llevo a Chinkyu y llevo pues a Nahida, o a Nahida, a Furina, o llevo a Bennett. Y compartieran espada, entonces sí. Pero el hecho de tener un arma sola, sobre todo si es del DPS, claro, pues ya está, pues pónsela. Bueno, lo que quiera, pero vamos. Yo es lo que te digo, yo solo tengo una lápida. Pero es que rarísima vez, por no decir nunca, voy a llevar dos mandobles DPS en el equipo, ¿sabes? A la vez puedo llevar un mandoble DPS como de ella y puedo llevar, si quieres, a Sayu para que cure. Pero le pongo otro mandoble, no le pongo la lápida, evidentemente, a Sayu. Aunque la otra arma de pesca la conseguiré de todos modos. Sí, no, yo en no drama voy a conseguir el tubo, tenlo por seguro. Yo en no drama voy a ir a por el tubo. Aquí a lo mejor, porque no tengo ni cebos, aquí no he pescado nada. En no drama algún pescadillo habré cogido, no tengo muchos, pero algo he pescado. Pero me da igual, aunque no hubiera pescado nada, en no drama sí que la quiero equipar medianamente bien. Y en la principal me intentaré esmerar por vestirla lo mejor posible, sin volverme loco con los farmeos, ya te lo digo. Porque no me quiero volver loco con los farmeos. ¿Cuál es gratis? El tubo, dices, la tubería. Ya, bueno. Es que es muy difícil, tío, sacar los artefactos perfectos. Por lo menos a mí se me hace un mundo, por eso no farmeo. Yo veo a la gente, tío, que todo el mundo... Mira el personaje y tal, todos, probabilidad, daño crítico, ataque, tal, probabilidad, daño crítico, ataque. Y esta es principal vida para Furina, ¿sabes? Digo, joder, o farmean muchísimo o tienen una suerte que no la he tenido yo en mi vida. Les dan el set que necesitan con las stats que necesitan y substats cojonudas. Con lo cual, claro, ves una Furina, probabilidad crítica 85, daño crítico 220. Dice, bueno, pues nada, oye. Feliz.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
La tubería es muy chetil.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
Sí, ya te digo, pero todo el mundo, claro.
Sir, please don't say things.
Además se vuelven locos a subir la 90 al día 1 o al 80 y a farmearle, que me parece muy bien, cada cual a su ritmo. Yo no la tengo equipada todavía ni subida, ya no tengo prisa, ¿sabes?
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Ed, the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that... Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Ay, Jesús, gracias.
Looks like Charlotte's trying...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, Seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this?
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you... Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes.
Other than that flying ship, it got attacked.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway...
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the Oval.
Hey, everyone! The photo shoot's done.
Sí, tienen mucha suerte.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Eres un poquito sumil. Que se haga de día, que no me gusta de noche. Que sumil. Paso el ascensor, tío, tarda la vida.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can
trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You
sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contribution.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking.
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishment.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own... All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing?
Buscas que te
He's
lleve.
not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
La ópera de la epiclesis epchete picachete pilchete pan pim pum. O algo así. Dice la canción. No creo que tenga nada para la fontana. Ah, mira, pues sí, tengo algunas chapitas. Uy, qué bien. No pensé que tuviera, ¿eh? Pues he cogido algunos cofrecillos, oye, por el camino. Muy bien, ¿no? Joder, no hay espacio para refinamiento. Espérate. Ay, qué asco me da eso, ¿ves? Sí, a por mis flores. Salvo que no me molesta en negarlo. No tengo, tío. No tengo sitio. Qué asco me da los putos cristales de refinamiento. Además lo que no tengo son armas para refinar, con lo cual tengo refinadas hasta armas a nivel 20 de las sumiles, ¿sabes? Por gastar, ¿ves? Tengo aquí arcos sumiles por gastar, me da igual, ¿sabes? Por no tirar las piedras y luego da igual, ¿sabes? A ver, esta espada del sacrificio, ¿tengo alguna otra? Tengo una R5, pues voy a empezar a subir esta, me da igual. Pues ala. ¿Ves? 10.000, 17. De momento no la voy a subir más. Voy a subir la de Kazuha también. Que bueno, siempre viene bien. Tengo que joder muchas más, ¿eh? Porque piensa que he subido 4 o 5 niveles y cada nivel me da 10 cristales de estos, de los cojones. Ay, señor. El arco del sacrificio, tengo este. ¿Tengo alguno más? No, no. Pues ala, a subirlo al 20. El ojo de la perspicacia, este está al 5, ¿no? Pues ala, vamos a subir este al 20. No lo voy a subir más porque es tontería, ¿sabes? Pero... La flauta, ¿tengo alguna otra flauta? Sí, AR5 ya, ¿no? Pues al 20. Y ya no tengo más. Esta no tendré para subirlo, claro. No, me faltan perdigones humiles. La pica creciente. Ah, pues subo esto. Vale. La voy a volver a ascender y así gasto más. Hombre, prefiero subir armas, tío. No las voy a tirar por capricho, ¿no? Si puedo aprovechar algunas, las aprovecho. No las voy a tirar. Ahora, si me veo obligado a tirar, pues tiro, claro, que le voy a hacer. ¿Sabes? Si puedo mejorar armas. El tema es cuando no puedo, pues las tiro. Pero si puedo mejorar armas, las mejoro, ¿eh? No las voy a tirar porque sí. ¿Ves? Si las puedo aprovechar, pues las aprovecho. Bueno, siempre se llenará, pero si uso se vacía. Joder, no se hace nutrio. No las voy a tirar por tirar. Si puedo mejorar armas. A la una más. Así gasto unas cuantas ya, ¿sabes? Y así ya tengo. Porque piensa que con las diarias te dan, con los eventos te dan, con los cofres te dan. Entonces me salen por las orejas las piedras estas, ¿sabes? Ya está. Ay, me quedaba ya dos deseos, a nada de los deseos chetiles, joder. Bueno, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Vamos a tirar los deseos pochillos, ¿no? ¿O qué? Bueno, mira, 19k ya, oye, muy bien. Venga, a ver si me sale algo chetil aquí. Caella. Sí, ya lo conseguiré, no tengo prisa. Toma, la espada del tiempo, el mejor arma del mundo mundial. No, Padella no. Ya te digo yo que Padella no. Padella tengo la lápida del lobo aquí también, gracias a Dios. Hostia, FTP, FTP, FTP. Toma, Jin. Hala. Es una señal para que la suba. Bueno, pues Jin, es deseo gratis gracias a la Fontaine. Hombre, es un personaje que pega mucho para Fontaine. Sí, C1 creo, no sé. C1 o C2, C1 creo. No sé en esta cuenta cómo la tengo. Sí, C1. Bueno, pues bien. Hombre, es un personaje muy de Fontaine, ¿eh? Pegaría mucho en Fontaine, con lo cual es un buen sitio que me haya salido con el deseo de Fontaine. Porque mira, tiene un aspecto muy de Fontaine, ¿eh? Si quieres, Jin te pasa por una de Fontaine, si quiere. ¿Sabes? Pasa totalmente inadvertida como una fontainesca, si quiere. Pues ya subiremos, claro. Además que necesito un healer, claro, ahora con Furina. Bueno, pues gracias Fontana Lucín por esta Jin. Porque al fin y al cabo me la ha regalado ella. Bueno, me la ha regalado mi esfuerzo consiguiendo cofrecitos, pero bueno, al fin y al cabo el deseo me lo ha dado la Fontana, con lo cual se agradezco a la Fontana. Mejor una Jin que una Kiki, así te lo digo. O que una púa celestial. Y en esta cuenta, pues una de ellas C1 tampoco, ya la subiré, ¿sabes? Pero tampoco, pues mira, yo qué sé. Que si hubiera venido, pues que hubiera venido, ¿sabes? Tampoco, no le voy a hacer asco. Si hubiera venido de ella C1, la prefiero a Kiki C1, ¿sabes? O a Kekin C1 o C2. No sé cómo tengo a Kekin. Aquí creo que la tengo C1 o C2. C1 me parece. C1. Mira, Skipper chaval. Skipper Jet. Es larguita esta misión de Arconte, ¿eh? La podían haber partido en dos, pero claro, nos tendrían que haber dado 2 deseos. Y no les interesa eso.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
O sea que este siquiera ahora hace pum, que se invierta el flujo del agua y va para arriba, ¿sabes? Ras derecha. No sé cómo van los anemos. ¿Cómo que cómo van los anemos? ¿A qué te refieres, humilde?
Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of... But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Qué chetil. Joder, los convirtió en humanos así a la derecha. Cambió el agua del mar primigenio por sangre.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got enough. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left.
Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the opera house.
ahora ya sí.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed... Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person...
But she's still gotta play...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she
De
no longer
soledad.
has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our court.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were
Un gran
granted
poder
to me.
conlleva una gran responsabilidad.
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary...
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide,
Pronto, todavía
so all
falta
I can do is tell
Skipelleti,
you
hijo.
what I
Si
know
por
about
nosotros
that
fuera
land.
así vamos mañana, pero todavía falta un poco. Ahora vengo, el setup. Sumil insurrectil del infierno, tío.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may... The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his...
Pero guerra, ¿por qué? ¿Sabes? Me hace mucha gracia esto. Están en guerra continua, pero ¿qué es? ¿Una guerra civil o...? ¿Sabes? Siempre me ha hecho mucha gracia lo de esto es la ciudad de la guerra o la nación de la guerra porque están siempre en guerra. Dices, pero en guerra que una guerra civil contra ellos, contra un demonio, contra... ¿Sabes?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are... So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skir, soy la waifu interestelar suprema.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very similar to a god's curse. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her... But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts. And my
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Ketchetil, sepchetep, joder. Ketchetil, sepchetep, ketchetil, sepchetep. El sepchetep de la pradera.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk. I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to... That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder... Does your...
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels... comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the Christ...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall?
Toma C4 ya, chaval. Ese pulso, Se acabó la misión de Arconte, ese tío. Sí, es muy larga. Bien la podían haber partido en dos. Pero claro, nos tendrían que haber dado 2 deseos. Y no la mierda a la cárcel que la partieron en 2 para darnos 2 deseos por las molestias, porque es infumable. Protervo.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our 2 most avid adventurers again. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically...
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure...
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate... Paimon approved! Let's go! Hello there! Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two! Are you really willing to...
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile... All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just... If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently.
Disband! You're splitting up the...
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? One last show. And after that, we go our separate. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since child. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's...
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. What if we sponsored...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free... She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd, performing in a musical...
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at...
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes. Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good...
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Anda, qué mona la Catherine que ha salido del kiosco.
When did you get here?
La legendaria de Furina. Que no la he hecho, pues así ya la hago, ¿sabes? Como no es muy tarde y me he quedado con el intríngulo y pobrecita por saber cómo acaba, ¿sabes? La he comprado y me he puesto a hacerla ahí fuera.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina. Back...
No, no la he hecho en ninguna cuenta. El sábado no he acabado la historia de Arconte, porque la empecé en Twitch. Solo la había acabado en No Drama, pero la historia de Arconte, la historia de Furina, la legendaria, no la había hecho. Viva aquí Furina.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives...
Enfrente de Estel, la herrera. Qué curioso, ¿no?
Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just,
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave that. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre faucilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just... Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to...
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying... Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either!
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then... Fine. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so... specific? I see. I knew you couldn't have... After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. But, given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you!
True, but I have made a decision to
No me
retire
extraña,
from the
pobrecita.
stage.
Después de 500 años manda huevos que la vayan a tocar las narices, ¿sabes? Con algo así. De verdad que no tiene luces el viajero a
I am
veces.
no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon. The time I spent inhabiting that character
No me extraña,
has
hija, que
left
no quiera volver a actuar en la
centuries
vida.
of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, but at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's...
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer.
Qué pesados, tío, no insistáis. Es que
rule
ha estado
now,
500 años
I'm just
fingiendo
leaving a
ser
back
alguien
door
que
for
no es, de
myself,
verdad, es tan
which would
necesario.
be the same as not
Es que a
having a
veces, así
boundary
como
in the
hacen
first
misiones
place.
cojonudas, fuerzan unos giros de misión que no tiene sentido. Soy yo Furina, me mando a cagar directamente, tío. O sea, he estado 500 años fingiendo ser otra persona, fingiendo ser una diosa, y me vienes ahora que me venga a hacer una obrita de teatro. Venga, hombre. Vete a pastar desde el cariño. No me jodas. Exacto. Y lo hará, claro, porque sabemos cómo son, se fuerzan, pero es una asume. Podían haber hecho otra misión con otra historia, no que la pongan a actuar otra vez, pobrecita, tío, qué manera de maltratar al personaje, joder. Exacto, y aquí se tenía que acabar, legendaria acabada, ya está, no va a actuar.
Okay,
Misión
guess they're so
fallida,
convincing you.
te quedas sin protos, vale.
Is there anything else we can do to help out the troop? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any
Venga, darle ahí cargo de conciencia a la pobre. Vamos, hombre, tío, habrá gente en el mundo que vayan a la pobre después de estar 500 años fingiendo ser quien no es, con toda esa carga, que se ponga a hacer de actriz ahora. Estamos locos.
No.
No me extraña, hija.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships.
Pobrecita, claro, tío.
anyone I've
Tiene
ever
una
worked
vida
with probably
asocial
couldn't wait to
durante
get rid of
500
me.
años. La pobre tiene que estar más sola que la una.
Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Ooh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're...
Have I not made myself clear? You're
He dicho
barking
lío.
up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would.
Totalmente, me parece lo más normal y lógico y racional. Iros a cagar, Viajero y Paimon. Déjame en paz, tío. No me jodas.
Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But
Claro,
if I
tío.
thought
De
I
verdad
had
es que
the
es
answer to this
necesario. No me
problem,
jodas,
I
hombre.
would have
Qué
said so by
mal
now.
entrada de guión para Misión. No me gusta.
It's all right,
La
Farina.
forzarán y lo
I
hará,
just wanted
claro,
to make
porque
sure
quieren
we
que lo
tried
haga el
everything.
juego, pero no me parece bien.
Everyone in the troop will be so disappointed.
Y venga, echarle carga emocional y culpa ahí emocional. Ala, pues nada, tendrán que cerrar por tu culpa. Bueno, por tu culpa no, pero porque no tienen actriz. Venga, hombre, iros a la mierda, no me jodas.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. All right then, we'll see you around, Farina.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
Pobrecita, joder. Y ya. Te venimos a pedir un favor y no puedes decir, oye, ¿qué tal te va? Vamos a tomar un café o algo, tranquilo, ahora que tienes tiempo. No, no. Te venimos a pedir el favor, no me lo haces, pues ala. Vamos a decírselo al otro y decir, no, Furina no quiere, qué cabrona es. De verdad es que con el vínculo que has desarrollado a lo largo de toda la historia con ella parece mentira, tío. Pareces un robot. No tiene ningún sentido. De verdad que no me está gustando nada la misión. Pero nada, ¿eh? Tal como ha empezado fatal. No me gusta nada. A ver si cambia. Tiene que cambiar mucho para que me guste.
Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the sign.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troop's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now?
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding.
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it.
I see.
No me extraña,
Well,
joder.
circumstances have changed a little. So, you see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then.
Qué bordes las dos opciones. Imagínate si hubiéramos convencido a Frida para que lo hiciera, solo para que se diera cuenta de que no la necesita.
Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez.
Encima.
Is Lady Farina really so hard?
Only joking, calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find... So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Pobrecita Furina.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shop. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me.
Qué mal me parece, de verdad.
Hello, one and all. I could...
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you...
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, when you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strong... And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Pobrecita, qué mal me parece, tío. Que sume de misión.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take
Encima
any
la
of that
dejan con cargo moral.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, but in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been—
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean—
There's no need to think like that, and no need to keep addressing me as lady. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the—
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she—
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit— But still, no sentence can bring our direct—
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own— People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things—
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, none of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can, but it's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on a—
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage—
Yes, exactly. We all missed—
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale—
Farina?
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced— but only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely! We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you— Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of— What about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before.
Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances. Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse—
Exactly, but none of them believe.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
FCTP Sumev Lagartijus. Magnificus. Ah, vale. Como no dicen nada, con todo lo que he despotricado de la misión me sorprende.
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, these two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the...
So, you were saying the little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our one of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring...
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, the protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form. She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect.
Pues a disfrutarlo.
But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world...
So far, so good. A classic tale.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, we need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have...
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a...
By true to life, you mean
Yeah, like they say. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard from him.
Muy bien. Pues disfrútalo mucho, tío.
The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying...
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Como que antes de su banner, siempre poner la legendaria cuando pones el banner, ¿eh? La acaban de poner con el banner.
Makes sense.
Siempre que viene un personaje nuevo ponen su
Priority number
legendaria.
one.
En la, misi- en
Let's check
la
in with Paulo and
versión
see where he's
anterior
at with
fue
the
la,
ending.
la legendaria Skippy y en la anterior la de Skipper Sumir. Antes no. Además no te dejan hacer si no has hecho la misión de Arconte.
He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago.
La de Furina,
But
sí.
I
Claro.
guess it's the opposite.
Y la
A friend
anterior
in
fue
need
la de
and all
Ski
that.
Paisley, y la anterior la de Ski Pellet. Y la anterior la de Joy Milla.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson.
Pobrecita.
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith
De
in the
Navia
show.
no, de Navia no. De Navia fue la 4.0 su legendaria. Tienen que hacer una legendaria cojonuda para que supere la legendaria oficial que hicieron en la 4.0 de Navia. Que traerán legendaria, pero será más pocha que la principal que hicieron.
So, allons-y. To Poisson.
Pressure's on now. We gotta make sure we're fully prepared.
No, por eso te digo. Su legendaria fue sensacional, aunque nos la
You're
disfrazaron
off to
como misión
Poisson
de
to find
Arconte.
Paulo, right? Have a safe trip.
La de Navia vendrá con Navia, claro. Cuando venga Navia, pues pondrán... No la va a superar, vamos. En absoluto.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got...
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script.
Okay, then. Looking forward to your
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in
Hombre,
Poisson.
hablando
I
de la
assumed it was a
diosa.
case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Sí, es la primera vez que la hago, no la he hecho en ninguna cuenta esta.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful.
Well, get over here, you! How oblivious are...
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, Must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them... And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience, which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget. After the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe, to avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
Pobrecita Furina.
I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know it's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah.
Bueno, a ver. Ella indirectamente salvó Fontaine. Bueno, directamente manteniendo su mentira, ¿vale? Que ella tuvo que mentir. Pero gracias a esa mentira Fontaine sobrevive. Con lo cual la gente tendría que ser un poquito abierta de mente y agradecérselo. Pensar cómo lo ha pasado una persona 500 años fingiendo ser quien no es. Por salvarlos a todos. Más egoísta que eso no hay nada.
Still,
no tiene
I
sentido.
felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me.
Qué ridícula la gente.
I completely understand.
Claro, o sea, dice... yo no era el Arconte Hidro, estaba haciéndome pasar para salvaros a todos. Y aquí estáis, de nada, ¿sabes? Vamos, hombre, la gente... Hay alguien, hay neuronas. Vamos, un comportamiento tan estúpido. ¿Que fue culpa de ella? No, ella mantuvo todo para que se salvaran. Y se salvaron, gracias a ella. Que el método no fue el que te agradó de todos. A la que menos le agradó fue a ella, que pasó 500 años fingiendo ser quien no era. De manera totalmente altruista por gente a la que no conoce. O sea que se vayan a la mierda todos.
Yeah.
Las cosas como son, es lo que te digo, cuando un personaje me cae mal y mal, pero lo hizo bien, lo hizo muy bien. La prueba está que Fontaine sigue ahí, gracias a ella, única y exclusivamente a ella y a Fócalos. Pero la principal causante de que se engañara al orden celestial fue ella, la que engañó al orden celestial fue ella. Con lo cual lo mínimo que podían hacer es darle las gracias, en vez de mirarla mal.
I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful.
Eso de la ropa sí, claro, yo entiendo que no te han querido hacer otra skin, pero la verdad sí que podía haber cambiado un poquito, eso ya es otra cosa.
I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion.
Claro, o sea, seguir vestida como el Arconte con toda la ropa que ha llevado durante 500 años tampoco es lo mejor, Furina. Yo entiendo que no te han querido hacer otra skin, pero sí que se la tendrían que haber hecho, tío, que siga vestida igual que el Arconte, pues no.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see.
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move.
Qué ridícula es la
How
gente, de
about we
verdad.
check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from...
De verdad que la gente es ridícula hasta la saciedad. Oye, pues que sepáis que gracias a mi mentira durante 500 años, que me la tragué yo solita, estáis aquí. O sea, que echarme toda la culpa que queráis de los que se murieron. Que lo siento mucho. De hecho, vine aquí a llorarlos, en silencio, sin podérselo decir a nadie. Eso la gente no lo valora, ni lo tienen en cuenta, que son piedras. Qué mal, tío. No me está gustando la historia, ¿eh? Ya como empieza... Que la fuercen a ser actriz después de 500 años, es que mira que hay maneras. Qué ridiculez. Y ahora la gente que sea tan estúpida, porque es la palabra. Hombre, tío, es que es una estupidez. No, me miran con recelo. Vale que ella a lo mejor no hace lo mejor yendo vestida de Arconte Hidro todavía, eso sí, eso es verdad. Pero independientemente de eso, que vaya como quiera. Dice, es que gracias a aparentar ser quien no fui, os he salvado la vida a todos. De nada, ¿sabes? Hombre, de verdad que...
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to...
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason
Claro, tío, o sea, 500 años sin hablar con nadie a nivel íntimo. Haciendo un puto papel durante 500 años, menos cuando dormía, que hablaba consigo misma. Eso nada, eso no lo ve nadie. 500 años, tío, no te imaginas tú 10 años sin hablar con nadie. Ni yo contigo, tú imagínate yo aquí aparentar. Soy Sabat Chetabat, no sé qué, ¿sabes? No me jodas. Pobrecita, ¿sabes? Encima ella con el cargo de conciencia, lo mal que se sintió de no poder hacer nada. Y estuvo los 500 años investigando cómo parar la profecía, pero no era el Arconte. Y aún así estuvo volcada en buscar una solución. Y eso no se le agradece. Bueno, dentro de lo malo se convirtieron en oceánidas, a ver, por lo menos siguen vivos a otro nivel. Al fin y al cabo las oceánidas son criaturas que existen en Teyvat, no es algo... A ver, que está mal, evidentemente, perder seres queridos, pero por lo menos no han desaparecido. Ya, pero no eras tú, Furina, no te sientas culpable porque no eras tú. Tú eras un papel y gracias al papel lo salvaste. Porque es lo que te dijeron que tenías que hacer y lo hiciste. Murieron algunos, claro, las guerras pues tienen estas cosas, hay bajas. Pero Fontaine está vivo gracias a ti, hija. A tu mentira que hiciste muy bien durante 500 años. Sí, se lo hiciste creer y así fue. Ahí está Navi, ahí están todos. Han sobrevivido gracias a ti.
But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
Porque no eras la Arconte, Furina, y lo sabes. La gente no, pero tú sí. Pero una vez que se descubrió todo, se descubrió que no lo eras y que gracias a ti, Fontaine ha sobrevivido a la profecía.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You're only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on,
500 años sola, tío. Es que es impensable.
Eventually,
Y eso nadie se lo valora.
I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as
Pero sobre todo
yourselves.
gracias a las tuyas.
Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in.
Claro, pobrecita, tío.
I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the
Lo
Furina
hiciste muy
you
bien.
see on stage. She is the one you can trust.
Exacto.
I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one... That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
Te obligaron a ser así, Furina.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. At least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's your... I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all...
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment, and Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he... outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's...
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness.
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
Hombre. No es necesario, tío. Como la machacan tanto a Furina, pobrecita, dejadla en paz ya.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our direct... She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness. And I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But it was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from... She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act,
tío, es que la
helped me
tratan
find
como
more
un
for my
despojo
meds,
humano.
took care of me when my condition
Con todo lo que ha
decided to
hecho,
flare up.
tío. Es que nadie valora realmente que gracias a ella están
I know
vivos.
it was all a huge burden on
A
her.
pesar de todo lo que pasara por el camino. Fue duro para todos. La peor parte se la llevó ella. Y Fócalos, claro, que murió. Y no son capaces de agradecerle eso, tío. Y la siguen machacando.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troop and the people in it. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little.
Joder, el
So
hijo
I
un
got sent to
asesino,
an
el otro, vaya
orphanage.
dos.
The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore. So I ran away.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran—
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troop.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean...
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually...
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love. One that extended to all of humanity.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our... If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if... the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her. Her lover makes sure her...
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary and... On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we looked for her, the Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed...
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly
No, están contando la
sacrificed for the
historia
sake of a
interesante. Lo
so-called
que me da rabia es
experiment
cómo
by
tratan a
someone who had
Furina, tío,
nothing
como
to
si
do
fuera
with
una
her at
delincuente.
all.
Ahora está curioso. A ver, no es una locura, pero te están contando un poco la historia de la directora.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he...
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief.
Grief? guilt, more like. Also, because... Well, speaking of the play being true to life,
What? You kept that...
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we... I did tell her how I felt once, but she said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romance. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troop, well, maybe then she could... And now... that day will never... Oh, Paulo. So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Vilmont once and for all. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Vilmont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But, funny you should ask, though. You really...
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allos...
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
Sí, claro, 60 protos, darlas legendarias. Me ha chupado, no me deja hacer el puzzle. Pero ya lo haré ya. Cofre lujoso, cheti, pero ahí poderoso.
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone...
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into...
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helplessly as a more brave and seasoned adventurer than I...
Claro, tío, ya nunca has sido una luchadora, joder, qué pesado.
I was so pumped to feast my eyes...
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Solidify!
The fuse is lit!
Repita. Repita.
Stabilize! This is order.
Time for a light show! Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Pensé que me llevara a la misión.
Solidify!
Everyone hold hands! The fuse is lit!
Échate.
What do we have here?
Ya que estoy hago el puzzlecito, ¿no? Un momento. Por el mismo precio. Oye. ¿Qué pasa? Que no hay cachondos ahora.
What do we have here?
No hay un entrar aquí. Tengo que bajar sin más. Vale. Vale. No, hombre, pero no sigas andando, tía boba. De verdad. Ay, señor, ten piedad.
The show begins!
Ya está, me obligan a hacer cosas que no quería. Pero me obligan.
Are you sure it has to be me?
Sí, niño. Eres el niño, el chetiño. Alias FCTP. Ya está. Oye, me obligan a trolear el juego, pues yo lo troleo. ¿Qué le voy a hacer? Si soy un puto pájaro. ¿Yo por qué? ¿Tú por qué qué? Hombre, FCTP es este, ¿no? Se llama FCTP este. Este personaje es FCTépico. Y lo sabes. Digo que yo no lo quería hacer, pero me obligan a hacerlo, pues cojo al niño y troleo al juego y ya está. De buen rollito y sin acritud. Espérate que me vuelvo a poner a pochimilla. Que ahora quería cambiar un poquito el equipo. Qué chetil. Claro, me obligan, tío. Me matan a yo y Milla. Van dando por el aire y se muere. Pues nada, pues cojo a FCTP y están contentos, ¿no? Yo sí, vamos. sube, Furinilla, cariño.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole...
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why, if I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Vilma, avoiding the truth will not help unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Ya Skipper lo quiero la cuenta principal. Lo tengo clarísimo. Skipper lo quiero la cuenta principal.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame, but now
Hasta el punto de que se viene
I've
con
made up my
Arlequino,
mind to
Skipper
put it all
Arlequino.
on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As
Usted
you
también
all
estaba
know
enamorado,
already,
¿no?
the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with, it seemed like a win-win. So, I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. The drink in question was...
Hostia.
Synth.
Qué putada.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for... I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole... But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the... I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy...
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was... What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too...
Yeah, listen to him! You need to stay calm!
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show!
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to... I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up in my life so I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see...
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now, can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real life? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how what she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story.
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what if you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences. Then you could just call it quits now. Why, but you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment, if she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was.
Claro, el Furina lo es. Joder, qué manía con echarle mierda a Furina. Les voy a escupir en la boca a todos,
She really was a truly outstanding person.
Claro. Qué pesados son, Les damos pa'l pelo,
What you said, it
Y les echamos
really
a
puts
Nadia con
everything
el
into
hacha.
perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but...
Y este pobre hombre lo hizo con buena
making
fe,
it all
claro. No se
me and
imaginó
my
que el otro fuera a
self-pity.
repartir sinte entre el público. Funalos. Funaos. Ponlo en Twitter. Pon la obra de la pequeña Oceanía es una bazofia. Son unos humildes todos.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
De todos modos, en la situación en la que están las cosas, yo no creo que deberían actuar por mucho respeto a la directora o al Papa de Roma. O sea, el rubio y este moreno no están para trabajar juntos, por lo que ha pasado, por lo que han dicho. O sea, no tiene sentido el tributo ni nada. Pues mira, no hay tributo, pero no pueden fingir con lo que sentía el rubio por la señora. La negligencia de este, que no lo hizo con mala fe, pero es comprensible que el otro esté encabronado. No pueden trabajar juntos, se tenía que acabar la obra. Y, oye, mira, yo lo siento, pero yo con este tío no quiero nada. O sea, ya sin rencor o con rencor, pero no voy a actuar con este como si no pasara nada, ¿sabes? A rendirle un tributo a esta mujerilla que según mi criterio ha muerto por su culpa, con lo cual no tiene sentido ya que siga la obra, dadas las circunstancias en el momento en el que están, ojo. Otra cosa es que fuera una rencilla o un pique entre ambos por ella o algo así, bueno, pero dadas las circunstancias yo creo que la obra no se tendría que hacer, por lo menos con estos dos personajes, pero bueno, sigamos.
The ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When the end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims.
Exacto.
If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of...
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on a...
No.
Well, we'll leave this...
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now.
Vamos al Palacio de Mermonia. Pero se supone que las tengo encima. ¿Qué coño? No. Anda, tengo un deseo chetil. ¿De dónde ha salido? No me acuerdo.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House.
El caso de la chica desaparecida.
Tell how deep this pool is. If not, how could it? Paimon's gonna give it an ugly nickname like the more Paimon looks.
¿Ves? Pertenece a las desaparecidas. Aquí están.
These were all girls with their own hopes and dreams.
Vamos al Palacio de Mermonia. Tíralo. ¿Qué voy a tirar? ¿A quién? Al río. ¿A quién tiro, Ep? ¿Al río lo tiro? ¿O a los leones? El deseo. No, porque es un deseo chetil. ¿A quién lo voy a tirar? Si ya tengo a Furina. De momento a esta cuenta no sé qué haré, si tiraré por Navia o no. Iré en la cuenta principal, espero sacarla y según como me vea con ella la intentaré sacar en otras o no. De momento en esta full ahorro, para lo que se venga. Claro, es chetil. Si fuera Sumil sí que lo tiraba, pero es chetil. ¿Para qué lo voy a tirar? Ya tengo a Furina, gracias a Dios. A por Baizu no voy a ir, me gustaría, pero por Baizu no voy a ir en esta cuenta. Sí que me vendría bien un healer, pero no voy a ir a por Baizu. Prefiero ahorrar para lo que se venga. Lo mismo Navia me encanta en la principal y lo intento en esta, aunque no la tenga garantizada. A ver si llego aquí también a una segunda vuelta, si fuera necesario, ¿sabes? Y en no drama igual.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to
Gracias,
submit an
Eden, por ser
application.
racional. Gracias,
Okay, please
de
hold
verdad.
on.
Te lo
I'll have
agradezco.
someone dig them out.
De verdad que te lo agradezco muchísimo.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just...
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too!
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was... Aha! I found something. Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even
Podías haber
mentions the truth
Skipellet y
behind the
saludar, ¿no? O
experiments
podían
on
pasar a
dissolving young
saludarle,
women.
tío, ya que están. Es que tienen estas cosas que dices, tío, 500 años conviviendo con Skipellet y dices, ya que estoy en el palacio, tío, pues saludarle. Oye, Skipellet, sigo viva. Soy feliz o no. ¿Sabes? No sé. Es que tienen... A veces hacen unas misiones súper emotivas y súper bien vinculadas y bien interconexionadas. Y otras veces parecen misiones de eventos humildes, ¿sabes? No te digo que se vayan a cenar juntos, pero ya que estás aquí, saludar a Skipellet, tío. O sea, han convivido 500 años juntos. Es la única persona con la que ha tenido un poco de intimidad, sin decirle quién es. Con quien en algún momento se pudo no desahogar, pero bueno, hablar algo, ¿sabes? Es un poco su más allegado durante estos 500 años, tío, que ha convivido con ella los 500, o sea, no sé. Oye, pues ya que estamos aquí vamos a saludar a Skipellet, que hace mucho que no lo veo. ¿Os parece? Claro, joder, de saberlo, tía. Tiene que ser como un hermano mayor para ti, en el fondo. Algún vínculo tuviste que crear más allá del profesional, quieras que no. Y Skipellet, aunque es sí eso, porque sí eso como es, fue empatizando con los humanos y estoy seguro que Skipellet aprecia y apreciaba a Furina, incluso siendo Arconte como era, siempre daba un poco la cara por ella. La conocía, sabía de qué pie cojeaba. Y tenía aprecio y cariño a Furina, seguramente. No te voy a decir un aprecio romántico, pero que evidentemente la apreciaba, se notaba. Le tenía cariño, a pesar de que el tío es como un palo, claro, por ser como es, pero...
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be... wait, It cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible, but her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
Y este con la consonancia que tiene con Hidro no puede buscar a Aurelia y hablar con ella como Oceanida, ¿sabes?
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but I
Como
can't
tú,
bear to
cariño.
think how painful and lonely her final days must have been.
Como tú
Wait.
durante 500 años.
This part on the left...
Convertirse en una persona. No podrás revelarle tu secreto a nadie. Sufrirás y estarás sola, como ella. Aun así estás dispuesta a ello. Lo hago porque soy tu hermana mayor. Porque soy su hermana mayor. Los amo.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness.
Si te
Is
conviertes
this
en
still
Arconte.
what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision. Even as she sat in silence. Wait, I'm sure this is what the troop would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thought.
No está. Qué casualidad. Esquipellez, tío. Yo te he venido a ver. Qué rabia, coño. Ay, HTP. No va a seguir. Ya. Pobrecita Furina.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then
Voy
it's
a
a
cocinar
meaningful
un
way
moment,
to
ahora
end the
vengo.
story.
Skipep.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
Bueno, no sería lo más vital, pero oye, es de agradecer que lo tuviera
She did her
presente.
best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about...
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned
He
one
aprendido a
important
hablar sin
thing.
mover la boca. ¿Qué os parece?
If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role. And aren't human emotions love, hate, I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details.
Actually, before that, I'd like during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. Besides, a role commemorating her life.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that.
Now we're talking like a serious. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for...
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that O'Reilly's stories...
No, though that's not...
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervilette. I know just what...
Hombre, Skipellet, por fin. Skipellet. Encuentra Skipellet. Hombre, por fin Skipellet. Chetep. Skipellet, Chetep, tío. Skipellet, Chetep, tío. Eres skipellético. Lo voy a encontrar ahora, sí. Porque ahora vamos a hablar con él para pedirle permiso para ir a representar la obra en la ópera de la Epiclesi. Encuentra a Skipellet. Espera un momento. Míralo,
Look at
Skipellet.
that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing.
Vaya reencuentro, ¿eh?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things up. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled.
Huh? What do you mean?
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the humans. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom. But I've developed a great sense...
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain the experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions. Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Quetzetiles, Esquipellet.
Many people were once enthralled by Lady Farina's performances, myself included. I hope that one day she'll be able to understand that our appreciation was always sincere.
Anda, mira, cofre Til, chaval. Cofre Til, set épico, chaval. Gilipollas soy. Cofre Til, tío, un contain. Pero bueno.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Cofre Til. Qué cheto. Ay, Señor, ten piedad. Un poquito así.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Nervalette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. But we now have all of the ingredients necessary to a touching story, a magnificent venue, and now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's good.
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene.
It's amazing. Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really...
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, O little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Qué chula la fuente con el agua de cartón. Esta es una
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why? Why does it have to be now?
Hey, What's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about—
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only mad—
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time.
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. What?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart. Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well said.
A ver, me parece una sumez como han forzado las cosas. Después de todo lo que ha pasado Furina, que la pongan a hacer de actriz, me parece un poco sumez. Pero bueno, luego la vas conociendo, la ves un poco más humana, le coges más cariño, pobrecita. Me da mucha lástima. Le he cogido mucho cariño también a la pobre. Y aquí pues la ves más humana. Pobre. ¿Cuánto tiempo, tío, sin salir a actuar sin ser la Arconte, con la de veces que está en esa ópera, ¿sabes? Siendo la puta ama, sin creérselo.
Is she here yet? Let's get here.
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas.
Sí, parece que se está acabando la... Sí, es la obra, se supone, la representación que ha hecho. No está Skipellet en primera línea. Los del Instituto de Fontaine de la Calvicie, ¿eh? Y el Tabibito y el otro que hacen
Is it
ahí.
just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognize
Espero que no me reconozca mucha gente. O sea, es clavada con un ojo de cada color y con la misma ropa. ¿Qué te esperas, cariño? O sea, es que hay cosas que no se sostienen, de verdad. Llevo mucho tiempo fuera de los focos y tampoco han utilizado mi nombre en la presentación. Espero que no me reconozca mucha gente. Todo el mundo conoce al Arconte Hidro, tío. Son muchos años y generaciones. Además tiene esa característica del ojo con la pupila en forma de gota y cada una de un color. O sea, entiéndeme. Y la ropa, es que, bueno.
It's too bad
Paso
that I had
palabra.
to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself. Even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was Farina after all.
She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or...
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Bueno.
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, I'll bet the audience has never
Un poco
seen
cutre, ¿no?
such
Que
a
la visión
realistic
en una
prop.
cinemática así de dibujos de la obra.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of... If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Y de una manera tan colateral lo dice Paimon porque, claro, yo me he fijado porque digo, tiene visión ahora, ¿sabes? Bueno, el personaje nuestro tiene visión desde que la sacas, o sea, te spoilean ya lo que viene. Pero aquí es Paimon la que llega y te dice, por casualidad, casi se me cae de la mano la visión de mentira y cuando veo que baja una de verdad, dices, perdona, o sea... ¿Y quién se la das? No hay Arconte Hidro, supuestamente. Es que son cosas, ¿sabes? Así como unas cosas las ligan súper bien y tienen eso, hay otras que dices, ¿y quién le ha dado la visión? Si ahora se supone que no hay Arconte Hidro, porque la única que había era Fócalos, y supuestamente ha muerto. ¿Quiere decir eso que no murió? Y no solo putea a Celestia, sino que sigue viva. Y puede seguir consiguiendo visiones, concediendo. Porque claro, las visiones las conceden los arcontes. ¿Quién le ha concedido la visión? A Furina. Que me parece muy bien, me alegro mucho por ella. Y evidentemente tenía que ser Hidro. Igual que la del niño tenía que haber sido Electro. O como mínimo Dendro. Estando allí Najida. No entiendo por qué pinta ahí Venti, pero bueno. Pero, ¿de dónde sale la visión? Ah, una visión del cielo. ¿Qué pro? Visión Hidro. Ya está, ya tengo Hidro. Ahora ya sé luchar. No he luchado en mi vida, pero ahora ya con Hidro soy una espadachina del 1000. ¿Sabes? Que no... Hacen cosas súper chulas y súper bien ligadas. Y luego meten estos giros de guión forzosos para... O sea, para... Sí, o sea, para justificarte y tal, la misión de Arconte y tal, no sé qué. ¡Pum! ¡Hala! Ahora tienes una visión, Furina. ¿De dónde sale? Del cielo. Porque además así, como algo colateral, que te lo ponen como una animación de dibujo, que es muy chula la canción. Y luego, por si no te has dado cuenta, dice Paimon, uy, casi se me cae de la visión de mentira cuando te la iba a dar y veo que cae una del cielo de verdad. Y la otra, sí, me queda muy chula, porque esto es lo que ha dicho Furina, ¿sabes? O sea, como si le hubieran dado un llavero, ¿sabes? No sé, o sea... Hay cosas que las hacen genial, porque la historia de Arconte me ha encantado y me ha sacado lagrimilla. Y esta, un poco el trasfondo también, porque he empatizado mucho con la pobre Furina. Pero la chapuza final de cómo dar la visión y que lo comenta Paimon como el, pues eso de, me he encontrado un mechero, ¿lo quieres, Furina? Hostia, venga, gracias. No fumo, pero mola, ¿sabes? O sea, no me gusta, tío, que fuercen las cosas de esta manera innecesaria, ¿sabes? No sé, paso. Pero ya te digo que me parece muy sumido. La misión para ser legendaria, un poco más con el papel que ha tenido en toda la trama de Fontaine, un poquito... Pero el cómo conseguir la visión me parece una patata, francamente. Porque ¿por qué y de dónde sale y quién se la concede? Entiendo que se había dado Najida o que se había dado Venti como al niño, pero no hay Arconte Hidro, que la tenían ahí en la recámara. De verdad que... Bueno, paso palabra. Me da rabia, ¿sabes? Y eso pues nos hablará. Dirán qué chulo ha sido Fontaine y tal, sí. Pero yo creo que es algo lo suficientemente importante como para decir de dónde sale la visión. ¿Quién se la concede? En mitad de una obra le conceden una visión delante de todo el mundo, algo que se supone que es algo como íntimo y algo espiritual, se podría decir. No sé.
She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more...
How did the performance go? Was it a success?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Furina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to
Ahora
read
Paimon
all
lo vuelve a
about it in the
recordar.
Steamboat first thing tomorrow morning.
No te vas a creer lo que pasó mientras Furina estaba en el escenario. Cayó una visión del cielo, así, de repente, a ella.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end.
Don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance.
Well, one way or another, I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to...
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about...
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
como los otros
So,
dos del
any
Skippy.
plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wild. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe...
Vaya, por Dios.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped...
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly What about you, Miss Farina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until you rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people, and I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page. I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Ya está, se acabó.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands. Is that how humans feel about it as well?
Pobrecita.
I mean, of course I have some regrets, but...
There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future for us to tell the stories that we want on stage.
I'm just finishing packing up. As soon as I'm done, I've got an interview with the Steambird to get to. Thanks to all your help, the show was more perfect than we ever could have hoped for. But most of all, I want to thank you for giving me the chance.
Now that the buzz is worn off, I feel ready to pass out.
Thank you so much. I feel like I've rekindled the... It might turn out to be too late for me.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time and now that the gods have given me their blessing, is that...
Se acabó la misión. Pep. Es su 1000. Del 1000. En su reptil. Ya no me deja entrar. Ahora aparece Visión Hidro. Antes ponía interrogante, que era una sumez, que pusiera interrogante. Y ahora pone Visión Hidro. O sea que no es Arconte. Bueno, ya lo sabíamos, pero que no es Arconte. Es el primer Arconte postizo que tenemos. No es Arconte, ¿no? Es una sumil más con visión. Tiene visión. Visión. Hidro. Que además se la dan de una manera súper cutre. Y no se sabe quién se la da.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Voy a hacer su boss. Ya que recupera algo de resina jugando.
Gather!
Let my name echo in song!
A minute to memory.
Stabilize! have order.
Strike a pose! Let the world collide!
Just wait for you, Olivia.
Stabilize.
Glue the ship down!
Solidify.
Ah, ya. Tres humiles. Tres humiles. Epcheteps. Tres humiles. Tres humiles. Tres humiles.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Tres humiles, Epchetepep. Tres humiles. No, hombre, sí está al 70. Lo he hecho antes, cuando he empezado a jugar, lo he hecho 2 o 3 veces para poderla ascender. La verdad que sí, no me voy a quejar. Debería entrar a No Drama y hacerlo también. Bueno, y con Saba. Con Saba lo he hecho esta mañana, que me ha ayudado un espectador. Bueno, la hermana de un espectador. Otra vez lo puedo hacer. Por lo menos. Vamos a dejar que spawne. Sí, porque ella me ha pedido ayuda para ir a matar al bicho este de aquí. Bueno, aquí no sé si tengo hecha la misión. Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Que la hice ayer o no. Sí. Sí. Ella me pidió ayuda para ayudarla a matar a este bicho. Me dijo, ¿me ayudas a matar a este bicho? Y tenía otro amigo que la estaba ayudando. Y digo, venga, va. Y luego me ayudaba a mí. Dice, ¿tú ya lo tienes hecho? Digo, no. Dice, pues te ayudo si quieres. Digo, vale, venga. A ver si me funciona como ha funcionado esta mañana, que no creo. Uno de la misión de las raíces. Hostia puta. La que hicimos ayer de la melusina es. ¿Te acuerdas el que hicimos ayer de la melusina? Pues es ese. Toma ya. Qué chete épico soy. Es el que hice ayer de las melusinas, que entramos a través de la fuente. Que vinimos aquí y nos enfrentamos a un montón de maldades a putrefacta y a un montón de lobos. Con la melusina esa rara. Pues es esta misión.
Shower me with praise! Fire hazard! Ha!
Gather!
I see everything!
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Time for a light show! Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song! Feel the flint!
This is order.
Here come the fireworks!
¿Ya? Sumir. ¡Tres sumiles! ¡Tres sumiles! ¡Tres sumiles! ¡Tres sumiles! Épchete épicos. ¡Tres sumiles! Como que estaba repetido. Tres sumiles me acaban de salir otra vez. ¡Qué bien! ¿Por qué te confundo? ¿Por qué? Coño, son tres sumiles, tío, los que me han salido. Ya sabes que yo los llamo sumiles a esos. Tres sumiles, tío. Me faltan 5 sumiles y flores. Mañana iré a por flores, ahora no creo. Sí, he hecho 6 y esta mañana he hecho más, claro. Esta mañana ha estado Resina haciendo el boss este. Bueno, no, esta tarde ha sido al entrar. Me faltan 16 flores. Que mañana, si Dios quiere, habrán spawneado ya. Ah, no voy a ir porque no estarán. Pero mañana, si Dios quiere, ya habrán spawneado. Entonces no sé si entraré mañana. Mañana con esta cuenta no voy a entrar. Quiero decir, entraré por la mañana a hacer las diarias y ya está, pero no me voy a ir de floreo. Porque por la tarde mañana tenemos directo en Twitch con la cuenta principal a seguir la misión de Arconte otra vez. Porque ya la quiero acabar, claro, ya que la dejé empezada la quiero acabar. ¿Sabes? Y para la última semana me dejo la misión legendaria de Furina. ¿Qué va a pasar? Sí, en la legendaria, en la de Arconte sí, pero aún así me ha encantado y la he disfrutado como la primera vez. Si te das cuenta, no estaba haciendo skip, 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 la he ido haciendo al paso. Que podía haber hecho skip, skip, porque la tenía hecha en Odrama. Pero no me ha dado la gana, porque me ha gustado ver a Navia, me ha gustado ver todo. La misión está de Arconte, chapo, aunque sean 6 horas, o 4 o 5, las he disfrutado muchísimo, otra vez. Esta es una versión chula. La de la cárcel sí que hice skip, skip en todas las demás veces, porque es infumable. Pero esta es muy chula. En sábado mañana esquipearé un poquito de aquella manera, no todo, pero las cosas un poquito menos importantes, pues las esquipearé más rápido. Seis sumiles, tío, o sea, 3 sumiles, perdón. Tres sumiles, chaval. Se dice pronto, ¿eh? ¿Cuándo? ¿Ahora o mañana? Ahora mañana, dices. No, en Genshin mañana en Twitch haremos la misión de Arconte. Haremos la misión de Arconte, que supongo que la acabaremos, salvo que lleve a lo mejor 3 horas y quede en un punto bueno para cortar, cortaré. No quiero hacer más. Bueno, hasta 4 haré. He hecho 4 la primera semana. Haré 4, 4 y 4. O sea, sí, 12. Haré algo más, ¿sabes? Haré un poquito más. Pero sí que me interesan mínimo 3 diarias, 3 semanales. Y un total de 12, claro. Mínimo, porque si no, no me dan las recompensas 12. Con lo cual hice 4 y pico, pues mañana haré 4 o 5. Mañana yo creo que con 5 podemos acabar lo que queda de misión de Arconte. Pues mañana hacemos la misión de Arconte y si es pronto, pues puedo entrar a lo mejor con Nodrama un rato o con esta, a coger las flores, ni que sea, ¿sabes? Y la semana que viene hacemos las últimas 4 y pico con la misión de Arconte de Furina. De Arconte no, de Legendaria. Que ya te digo que es un poquito sumil para el papel que ha tenido el personaje en la historia, ¿sabes? Me esperaba algo un poquito más cargado, ¿sabes? No... Y ya el daño que suba o lo que sea, o la vida que cure, ya será en función de su ascensión, porque los artefactos no se los voy a tocar aquí. Seguramente nunca. Mira la resina. Ah, los jefes. Bueno. Sí. Sí que sirven, sí. ¿Ves? Yo para mañana en esta cuenta tengo esta pericia de ayer y esta pericia de hoy. Con lo cual las diarias de mañana ya las tengo hechas. Y mañana haré la pericia de mañana, dejaré 2 hechas, ¿sabes? Porque la prueba, la verdad, con los personajes que te dejan, se hace bastante rápido, ¿sabes? Te puede llevar... Entonces, pues la haré en un momento. Mañana cojo la pericia directamente y hago la prueba. Y lo que tardo normalmente en hacer las diarias, hago la prueba 10 minutos, no creo que llegue. Y así tengo 2 puntos de pericia ganados para pasado mañana. ¿Sabes? Y ya está. ¿Sabes? Y eso. No es Arconte, Furina, tío. Es Sumil. Es una sumilla. Por lo menos no es una sumilla random como la Chebrus esta que viene con Navia. Muy las cacerías y lo otro también sirve la pericia. Cada petición ciudadana te da un punto de pericia que cumplas. Y luego las 3 cacerías te dan un punto también. Las 3, no una, que no le veo sentido, pero bueno.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Rebooting.
Pues cambio un momento a nodrama si quieres, ¿vale? A ver si hago por lo menos el boss. Porque ya con este no voy a hacer nada. Que a lo mejor es un poquito pronto para irme a dormir. No estaré mucho con nodrama, pero bueno, un ratito lo que hago el boss. Y a ver si han spawneado flores y cojo flores, yo creo que no. Sí, no voy a estar mucho, porque yo mañana curro, no voy a estar un cuarto de hora, pero más allá de la 1 no creo que esté, ya te lo digo. Ya me parece suficiente, ¿sabes? Casi 9 horas aquí, luego casi 2 en la otra, yo creo que está bien, ¿no? Poco no es, yo considero que 1 hora y pico no es poco, pero claro. Lo de poco y mucho es totalmente subjetivo, siempre. Pues cambia no drama, Sumil, ahora vengo, ¿vale? Ahora vuelvo a abrir stream, ¿vale? Hasta ahora. HTTP. Mira, hace una referencia científica. Hasta ahora. Venga, hasta ahora, Sumil.